Friday, when Mr. Smith goes to Hollywood, will he be the next
Olivier? What a depressing thought.
But there's trouble in Tinseltown when Mr. Smith swings into action. Then is Jennifer really a body snatcher? Or is she just getting under everybody's skin?
Go get him, George. Nail that sucker to the wall.
On Jennifer's Left Here, Friday night.
Be there.
Ooh, hot. Hot, so hot. Wendy's baked potatoes are hot. Wendy's stuffs them all kinds of ways. Hot. Like with cheese.
Ooh, tea.
Chili and cheese. Bacon and cheese. Broccoli and cheese. Wendy's. Sour cream and chives.
That makes five.
Wendy's stuffed baked potatoes. They're hot. For Wendy's kind of people. Ooh.
Life was once simple.
There was only one Diet Cola.
Diet right.
And it was good. But now I want a Diet Cola with more taste.
And no caffeine.
And no sodium.
Introducing new Diet Right. Now there's only one again.
The one with NutraSweet for better taste.
The one that's caffeine-free.
And the one that's salt-free.
Everybody's got a Diet Right.
It's the only one.
The I-10 exposes an environmental disaster. Details on Nightcap.
You are the active one.
Okay, Kate.
Keeping up with every stride. I love to have you by my side, but you get so finicky when it comes to feeding time. That's why it's mealtime from now on, my finicky friend.
New improved mealtime dry dog food. It's double basted for an even richer, meatier taste.
It's mealtime for you, my finicky friend.
New improved mealtime. Even finicky eaters love the meatier taste.
Can you imagine sneezing in one of these? I almost did. I'm Wally Schirra. When I suffered cold symptoms on my space mission, I took Actifed. An Actifed containing triprolidine gave me fast, effective relief. It's the nasal decongestant antihistamine tablet most prescribed by doctors over the last 10 years for relief of nasal congestion, runny nose, and sneezing. Today, full-strength Actifed is available without a prescription. Actifed, most prescribed by doctors, now available without a prescription.
Do you know me? You know my toes. I've danced my way through the capitals of the world. And when I'm on tour, I always use the American Express card. Because when you're considered a prima ballerina, you do things with style.
To apply for the card, look for an application and take one.
The American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
Next, there's a patient in peril.
You're not allowed on the ward.
And a nurse puts her career on the line to save him.
You're under arrest for interfering with an officer's
St. Elsewhere. Thursday, Nell's on the warpath. And out to cream the whole family. Give me a break. And Mama turns hooker to make an old age party into a real blowout. Mama's Family with guest Imogene Coca. Then Mickey dates a nerd. What's the secret of his enormous sex appeal? We got it made.
Be there.
Barbara, you up? Barbara, you up?
I'm up now.
I don't think I can sleep with this cold. My throat's kind of sore.
All right, I'll get the aspirin and Sucrets.
Aspirin and Sucrets?
Aspirin for your other cold symptoms and for minor sore throat pain. Lots of doctors recommend Sucrets with a medicine for fast temporary relief. I'm glad one of us can sleep.
Aspirin and Sucrets, a sensible way to fight winter.
Dear Lego Toys, what do we do now, Mom? Was all I ever heard until I got my kids your Lego Universal building sets. You should see them now. With all those bright colored bricks and other pieces, they build the most incredible things I've ever seen. Well, it's like a new toy every day. They love it. And their big, proud smiles, well, I love those.
Lego Universal Building Sets. The toys that are new every day from Lego Systems.
Live it to the limit. Live it to the limit, Wrangler. Give it all that you got. Do it, dare it, don't ever stop. No matter what, it feels so good, looks so bright. Wrangler fits your style of life. So live it to the limit. Live it to the limit, Wrangler.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, please, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't, no, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl, like
that is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Sit your old man ain't got no heart. Why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Welcome, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, let me get this set up here. And there we go. Okay, folks. Day 7. So far, literally every prosecution's witness has been a witness for the defense. Wait, we have some advancement here. Okay. Karen Reed's biggest fan. That's all we got so far. But in the meantime, hold on. Wait. I
think we got a super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. Super fan. Super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Okay, we've got actually 3 super chats. Let me see. We've got Stacy Q. Thank you so much. Love to you and everyone there from BC, Canada, British Columbia, Canada. Thank you so much. Little Irish girl. Don't think it can't happen to you. We are Karen Reed. Absolutely true. Thank you, little Irish girl. Paul Cristoforo, my man. Let's start the day off with a super chat song. Love you guys. And yes, we just did that. And then we get another one because
I think we got a super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. Super fan. Super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Diana, thank you so much. I am back for more. You people have officially grown on me. Love all of you. Well, we love you too. We absolutely love you too. Thank you so much. Yeah, man. So, I mean, this is, as I was stating yesterday, I'm fascinated by this defense. I mean, I'm fascinated by the prosecution too, because I've never seen a worse prosecution. Again, the analogy that comes to mind is like Karen Reed's defense is like the Harlem Globetrotters versus some shit team that just needed funding for new uniforms or something and agreed to do a Harlem Globetrotters game and get made fools of as a joke. Like it's a comedy show. Like the prosecution have managed to turn this farce into a comedy show. Because it is a farce. Karen Reed should not be on trial. It should have never gotten to trial. This will be Judge Beverly Cannoni's big, this will be her legacy. This will be her legacy. But God.
I think we got a super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. Super fan. Super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat.
Lori C, thank you so much. Let's go. Another day of schooling the Commonwealth. I agree. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Now, what's interesting though, moving forward, I think what Lolly is going to try to do, like his big smoking gun is this dash cam footage that he says he has that shows the taillight broken on Karen Reed's car before it gets towed off. Okay. Let's just say that's fine. That's all good and dandy, and that's true. The problem is that it just doesn't explain anything. Like it does not validate the chain of custody when it comes to the evidence. That's the issue here. This is exactly what the defense has been systematically showing the jury, that there's no credibility behind the investigators There's no credibility to any of their testimony because they've all proven to be liars. And there's no procedure that seemed to have been followed when it came to securing a crime scene, when it came to collecting and preserving evidence. There's been no procedures that seem to be followed, basic common procedures. The kind of procedures that the rest of us, this entire time that we've been following this case, have been going, what happened to procedure that is applied to literally every other case that we're aware of? Why is it not happening here? This is more than just a little suspicious. So the defense is now showing this. The defense is now making sure that the jury is asking those same exact questions that the rest of us have been asking for months, some of us even more than a year, going on 2 years. So this is what the defense is doing. They're making sure that the jury feels the exact same way as the rest of us do, as the same people that are standing outside of that courthouse saying free Karen Reed, the same people that are blasting in my chat free Karen Reed, the same people that are hashtagging free Karen Reed all over Twitter. Nick Rocco, it's good to see you, buddy. And I saw Jenna in here too. And I mean, it's only right that. Give me a second here. Oh my God. There we go. Okay. There we go. And real quick, Little Irish Girl, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for being a member for a month. Oh, you got cut out last night, Nick? I'm sorry, buddy. Thanks, Will Cherry in chat. Justice for John O'Keefe. Absolutely. So yeah, basically the defense's overall strategy seems to be to make sure that the jury is aware of the very same information that we've been aware of for so many months, and why we feel as strongly as we do. It's the best strategy that you can come up with, really, because not only does this exonerate Karen Reed, but it also gets questions asked as to, okay, well, if Karen Reed didn't do it, who did? And we need to find out, because we're talking about a Boston police officer here. So this is what the defense seems to be building up to. And again, the defense hasn't even begun to build their case. They haven't, or present their case. They've been building it, sure, but they haven't even begun to present it yet. It hasn't happened. Like we're just in week 2 of the prosecution's 4-week case. They said they would take 4 weeks to present their case, and we're only in week 2, in the middle of week 2. And so you guys were in the courtroom. Nick and Jenna were in the courtroom. Oh, wait, guys, we're starting.
Do I name, give your attendance, you shall be heard. Let's say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves, please?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Jones.
This is better. It's a better start. I appreciate everybody being ready.
Oh, she's extra chipper today.
I do have those 3 questions to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. Okay, thank you very much. Can we bring Lieutenant Ray in, please?
swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Morning. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Picking up where we left off yesterday afternoon, Lieutenant. Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up on the screen. And Lieutenant, so we're about 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 58 seconds into this particular cruiser video. With respect to this video, if you could just remind the jury where we are and what we're looking at here.
This is One Meadows Ave, Canton, Mass, John O'Keefe's residence.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play at this point. Now, Lieutenant Ray, while this is up on the screen, if I could ask you to, you've reviewed this video since this date of January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted in regard to the rear area.
We'll get there, Jen. We'll get there. Remember, there's 4 weeks. We're only at the beginning of week 2.
This vehicle right here is Miss Reed's vehicle. I believe that vehicle there is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
And thank you, Jen.
And I didn't, although I didn't know it at the time, but I have since reviewed the.
Move to strike.
So let him finish his, you didn't know it at the time, but you have since what?
I have since reviewed this video, and I can tell that there is a.
Okay, the objections sustained.
Continue.
Now, during the course of
No, he's got to ask the question differently.
during the course of your well-being check, where is it around the residence that you
We initially went up to one of the front doors. I believe it was the one on the right. And we rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and was seeing if we could raise anybody and get any response.
And during the time that you were there, were you able to raise anybody and get any response?
No, sir.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if anything, did you learn as to the whereabouts of the children at the time that you were at the residence at 8:23, approximately 8?
After we left and we weren't able to raise anybody, shortly thereafter, we subsequently we did find out that the children were staying with friends or family at this time.
And Lieutenant, if you know, approximately how long were you at the residence doing this well-being check?
5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just bring the video forward to about 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 30 seconds. You can stop it there. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to that driveway area that was in front of your vehicle when you parked there, what, if anything, beyond sort of snow, ice, or things like that did you note within the driveway itself?
Within the driveway itself, I noticed there was 2 vehicles in the driveway.
Anything on the ground that you noted anything on the ground beyond snow, did you know?
No, sir.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Sure.
Now, sir, with reference to the residents of One Meadows Ave, are you familiar with there being a security system or a ring video system at that residence?
Yes, there is a ring camera system at that residence.
And subsequently to this date, have you seen that ring video?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 6. If I could have video 159.
Where the fuck's he going with this?
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you. Now, Lieutenant Ray, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Not 6 inches of
Recognize
snow.
that to be the driveway of 1 Meadows Ave, and myself and Sergeant Lehan exiting our cruiser while in the driveway.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it through from there.
Well, yeah, this is when because this is ring camera footage from John O'Keefe's house. So this cruiser has come to do a wellness check, even though the children had already been with other members of the family. He's doing a wellness check. And so, and I guess what Jenna's saying in the chat is that they're trying to show that there's no tail light or anything on the ground from Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe's car with her car.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video 160. If you could just pause it for just a moment. Now, again, what's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
That's me entering, exiting the front of the residence, walking towards the driveway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play it through.
Stop it, Sherry. Riveting stuff, guys.
Ms. Gilman, can I have Exhibit 5? And from that, could I have video number 18? If you could just. Lieutenant, you recognize what's on the screen now?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
One of the front doors to Mr. O'Keefe's house. I'm entering the frame on the left.
So you're not going to ring the doorbell again?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have the next video on 9. Pause it there, Ms. Gilman.
Oh, fuck it.
Again, in addition to going to the front door and sort of in the driveway area, where, if anywhere, are you going in this video now?
It looks like I'm heading towards from this vantage point to the right, which if you're looking at the house from the front would be the left, to see if there's anything in plain view through the windows, if I could see anybody, any persons, any activity.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Take that down to the top. If we could have the light back on. And Lieutenant Ray, just lastly, once you left residence of One Meadows Ave, where did you go?
I believe it went back to the police station.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
The traffic cone is because they're using VLC. I think it's VLC media player.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Wow.
The defense has no questions.
Yeah, let's not waste anybody's fucking time. Atta boy, Lolly. Lolly's just killing it right now. Yay for Lolly. Yay for Lolly.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Michael Camerano to the stand.
Michael, what?
Your Honor, if I may, while the witness is coming in, may we approach this
Sure.
procedural thing?
I've actually had those sounds. I just haven't used them. Yeah, like, why did he even bring that dude up to testify? Like, what the fuck was the point of that guy's testimony? Like, I thought, I keep thinking that, you know, Lolly's gonna get the ball. You know what I mean? This is just the craziest shit I've ever seen. This is the worst prosecution ever against like the best defense ever. Dude, like, the defense is playing legal Aikido. That's their fighting style. Legal Aikido. That's what's happening. Where you use the person's momentum and strength against them. They come at you and you Steven Seagal them. Like before Steven Seagal was this shit-talking douche back in the early 90s. The above the law days. Marked for death. That's all this is. Defense hasn't had to do shit except show how fucking incompetent these cops are. It's the easiest thing in the world. Hard to Kill was a great movie. I just recently watched that again, I think. Which one was the one? I know this sounds really stupid. Sounds like a stupid question. Which one is the one where Steven Seagal plays a New York cop who has like mafia ties, like through his family? He like grew up with mafia people, but then he became a cop. Yeah. Dude, all of these people, I feel so bad for... I feel equally bad for both Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's parents. I feel equally bad for them. Because, and make no mistake, they are all victims of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Every single one of those parents and family members and loved ones of John O'Keefe, as well as Karen Reed, are all victims of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This is exactly why Michael Morrissey's office is being investigated. This is an absolute crime that has been committed against these innocent people. I mean, well, Elise Sullivan, that's the thing is, I'm not here to talk about whether or not they should see things or not see things. I don't know. I'm not sitting there listening to Tully talk into their ears. You know what I mean? I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they're so convinced of the Commonwealth's case. But the bottom line is we know that they're corrupt. We know that they're being lied to. That makes them victims in my eyes.
You solemnly swear the understatement of the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you.
There you go. Thank you. Nico, above the law. That was the one.
Really speak loudly into that microphone. Thank you.
I don't know how to spell this dude's last name. Hold on.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live, sir?
292 Mechanic Street in Canton.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please, okay?
Sir, if you want that microphone to adjust around to whatever's comfortable, okay? And how long have you lived in Canton?
18 years.
And that residence you live at, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife and 2 children,
And what's your wife's name?
Catherine,
And how old are your 2 children?
16 and 13.
And the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Girl,
And your other child, is that a boy or a girl?
boy,
Now, your wife, how long have you, the 2 of you been married?
25 years.
And do you work, sir?
Yes.
What is it that you do for work?
Labor's union.
And does your wife work as well?
Correct.
And what does she do?
She's a nurse.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date, sir?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
Friday.
And following work, what did you do after work?
I went home, did some stuff with the kids.
And during the time that you were home, who, if anyone, did you speak with, either via phone, text?
I was talking to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to John O'Keefe, how did you know John O'Keefe?
I met John 7 years ago.
And how was it that the 2 of you met?
We met through mutual friends, and then our kids became very friendly.
And the mutual friends through whom you met, who were they?
The Robertses,
And what are their first names?
Kurt and Kerry.
And starting with Kurt Roberts, how do you know Kurt Roberts?
I grew up with Kurt.
Where did the 2 of you grow up?
Milton.
So you've known Kurt Roberts most of your life, is that correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that, so you have 2 children. How many children did Mr. O'Keefe have?
2.
And those 2 children, as far as their ages and genders, what were they in relation to your 2 children?
Same.
So 16-year-old girl.
13-year-old son. Yes.
And were each of your 2 children friends with Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew?
Correct.
Now, as far as friends were concerned, starting with your children and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew, how close friends were they?
My daughter was extremely close.
And extremely close with John
Kaylee.
O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee?
Yeah. Yeah.
And with reference to your son and John O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, what was sort of the nature of their relationship?
They were close also.
And as far as activities, what, if any, sort of activities did your kids do with Patrick and Kaylee?
Patrick and Michael played baseball together. Kaylee and Madeline played basketball. Soccer also.
And John O'Keefe, how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
We were close. We did a lot of stuff together. Pick up the kids, drop the kids off. We coordinated a lot of stuff together. We're friends.
And your residence versus, you're familiar with where Mr. O'Keefe lived, correct?
Yes.
Where did he live?
Meadows Ave.
And about how far away is Meadows Ave from where you live?
5 minutes.
Now, with regard to the girls, and by that I mean your daughter and John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, what, if anything, was going on with them on that particular day?
They both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And which school was that?
Bishop Fan?
Is that a private school?
Yes.
So at the time of this, in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee was she?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, this guy's in a really, really bad position. Awkward is not a suitable word. It's too understated. I feel really bad for this guy right now. I mean, you're a parent, your kid's in sports, you're talking to the other parent, that other parent is a police officer, you're going to value
Your attention.
your interaction with that person. You have this thing in common that you're both very, very into, like having your kids in sports. That's I don't know, man. It's it's kind of a dude thing. I don't
Specifically with reference to page, starting on page 188 of that document, if you could just look at that briefly in a couple of minutes.
So I'm going to instruct the jury on this. These are text messages, right? All right, so folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the messages were sent or authored by Mr. Camerata or Mr. O'Keefe, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
May I approach this briefly again?
Yes.
So we're gonna see text messages between this guy and John?
Do you recognize what's depicted on that page that I just showed you?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
Text messages.
And those text messages that you had back and forth with Mr. O'Keefe on that date of January 28th?
Correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit the book essentially as an exhibit.
Okay, is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Camerano, bring your attention back to page 187 of that document. Do you see anything in there listing sort of participants in a text communication or conversation? On the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And as far as who are sort of listed as the participants in that conversation that comes to follow on the next page?
Thank you, Jen Del Rio.
From page 187. From
My wife.
Your wife and who, if anyone else?
John.
And your wife, John, and is your number there as well? Sorry, you have to.
Correct.
So essentially, that's a conversation between yourself, your wife, Catherine.
Welcome, Jen Del Rio.
Correct.
Correct.
Now, beyond sort of your memory of that, as far as the numbers that are associated with those names, do you recognize any of those numbers as being yours, your wife's, and John O'Keefe's?
No, there's just 3 numbers there.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip the page to the next one, 188. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may Ms. Gilman publish this for the jury to read as well?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to page 188.
Yeah, it seems like a group chat. I mean, it seemed like their kids did stuff together, you know? So okay, so this is a Celebrite. Hold on, let me remove
If
the.
you could just, thank you. Read my mind. So, sir, what's up on the screen right now? Is that what you have before you as page 188 of exhibits? I believe it's 48.
Yes.
What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as from these conversations, there are blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you can tell from the content or from anything else on the pages for you, who was communicating in the blue bubble and who was communicating in the green?
Katie, my wife.
From within.
Oh
the
no,
bubble.
I'm communicating. Sorry, excuse me.
So there's a from and a to. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the sender would be in the from. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So this first one on the top of page 188, this is from you. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you say in this conversation?
Congrats. This is great news.
And what, if anything, are you referring to by that?
Kaylee getting her acceptance letter.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just scroll down. And the next bubble, who is that from and what does it say?
It's from me.
I think Boston 10
Yes, we did.
realized that the phone numbers weren't redacted.
And, if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman.
On Boston 10, you see what they're doing? They're keeping the
Again, from this
camera on him.
bubble, who is this from and what does it say?
It's from John. Same news, I hope.
Is that still in reference to the news regarding the team?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, sir, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of too late, but I mean, at least they're doing what they can.
From John. Sweet. Congrats, Madeline.
And that's your daughter's name?
Correct.
And if you could continue to scroll down. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what is this?
It's from my wife. I'm so excited for these girls. Madeline doesn't know yet.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Yeah.
Wow.
And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what is it say?
From JJ.
And
Well, I told Kaylee already, so I'm sure she's texted her by now. Poor kid is probably a nervous wreck.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. And the next bubble.
I know.
It humanizes
wife,
him more to the
Kate.
jury.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman.
He's just bad at it, but I know what he's doing here.
And the next bubble, sir.
From me, I am sure she is freaking out.
If you could scroll down again, please.
He's humanizing the victim to the jury right now. This is the tactic.
From what does it say?
From John. No doubt.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Now, sir, if I could, may I approach John just to?
Yes. Do we need the lights on?
I don't.
Mr. Camerata, are you able to see without these lights on?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Poor guy, dude.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to.
I don't sense one nefarious bone in this guy's body. This guy is an absolute pussycat. Seems like just a purely kind individual.
On this particular day, January 28th, 2022, where was your wife that day?
She was at home.
And at some point, did she go to work on the 28th?
Correct.
And what is sort of her typical work schedule with reference to, at that time, what was her sort of typical work schedule with reference to weekends?
She worked weekend nights, her shift.
And as far as your typical schedule on Friday evenings, what, if anything, was it that you would typically do?
Friday, I would be with the kids. I would, get them ready for stuff for the weekend, take care of all the activity that we have.
And then in reference to that, as far as the weekends were concerned, or Friday evenings in particular, what, if any, sort of usual thing would you do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
I would usually go over the O'Keefe's house every Friday.
And with your children, is that correct?
Correct. With at least one of them, if not both of them.
So either your son's hanging out with Patrick or your daughter's hanging out with Kaylee, typically on a Friday, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to what you have before you as page 156 of this exhibit, again, towards the bottom, is there an indication as to a conversation starting on the next page as far as who, if anyone, the participants are?
What are you asking?
May I approach John?
Yes.
So what I want to direct your attention to is the bottom of page 156 here,
Yes.
as far as that box at the bottom. What, if anything, does that indicate as far as the participants in the conversation that continues or begins on the next page?
Myself and John.
And sir, if I could ask you to flip the page over to page 157. And Your Honor, with court's permission, could I publish this part of the conversation for the jury?
Yes. There's no objection, Mr. Jackson, right?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going from page 156 to page 150 now. And so, Mr. Camerano, again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as page 157?
Correct.
And You can look at either, whether it's the book in front of you.
Okay.
Or if it's easier to see the screen, either is fine. But with reference to what's up on the screen, that first bubble, if you could indicate to the jury again who it's from and what it's saying.
It's from JJ. How did Kara do, by the way?
And who is Kara?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Now, with reference.
I mean, but these texts better be relevant to something. Like, these are just private texts.
And the next bubble again. I'm sorry.
These are totally innocent private
Take
texts.
the screen down, please, Ms. Gilman.
This is just in
Turn on
bad
the lights,
taste.
please. Thank you.
May I have just a moment with counsel?
Sure.
This is just in bad taste. Like, where's this going? Because right now the jury loves this guy and hates
Yes.
Lolly. Because I love this guy and I hate Lolly. I want to know what Lolly's doing with this guy. Why is this guy sitting up on the stand and what is he testifying to? And you better not be wasting his time
Just for the
because
record,
it's going to
Your
make me
Honor, I would
mad.
ask at this point to strike whatever. I don't think there was a whole lot done on that page, but whatever that was did not.
Yes,
seem to be
it was an I don't know answer.
Right.
So
Thank you.
Yeah. So jurors disregard that last question and answer.
Right, that's my point. Is this the text messages better be going somewhere? Is what I'm saying.
Before you, is that what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And so my apologies for the floor. But with regard to this first bubble on page 157, who is it from and what is it?
From JJ. You guys around tonight?
It's coming if you could scroll down. And with respect to that next blue bubble, who is it from and what is it?
From me. Kate is working. I'm around. Madeline Michael is going to the Loose to play with a friend.
And what is the loose play?
The Loose is a elementary school.
Was there a play?
The play. There's a park down there. Activities for kids.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From JJ. Okay. At the driveway with her now. I'll text on my way back.
And could that be at the doctor?
Could be.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next bubble.
And the defense better be real easy with this guy on cross.
Oh, Don. From me to JJ, everything okay?
And if you could, down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman.
Because the jury likes him right now. So.
And again, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ. Yes, stupid shit.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble, Ms. Gilman. Again, fair to say that one's blank. Or as far as no text, but may have been something.
Yeah. And go back to the microphone or.
Something's always on fire down
Next
there.
bubble has no text to it, is that correct?
Correct.
And now you can move out of the way. I just wanted that question.
The next bubble below that, green one, again, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Just told Dr. Jin that they both got into fiend.
And if you could scroll down to the next bubble. And again, green bubble, who is it from and what does it say, sir?
From Johnny. Want to drop Madeline off and hit the hillside for a bit.
And what is the hillside, sir?
It's a pub.
And where is it located?
Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. The blue bubble on the screen, who is that from and what does it say?
From me to Johnny. I probably won't get to your house till 5:30.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. Again, that green bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From Johnny. Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. bubble on the screen. Who is it from?
From me, I am leaving in 10. Johnny, okay.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Just the noise.
That is, thank you, Paul. Okay, that answers that.
Could you answer again, please?
Yes. From JJ, okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could slow down one last time, and that's, thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Your Honor, may I approach Sister Retreat?
Yes.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Ms. Cameron,
so
with
what the fuck
regard
was
to,
that?
Your statement in the text as far as leaving now, where were you leaving and where were you going to?
Leaving my house, going to John's house.
And who, if anyone, was going with you at that time?
My daughter.
And if you know approximately what time did you arrive at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
I don't.
What?
Now, through your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, did you become familiar with a person named Karen Reed?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with her, and who, if anyone, was she to Mr. O'Keefe as far as you?
John introduced me to her. She was John's girlfriend.
And just to be clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article or clothing that she's wearing?
She's sitting right there.
No, just as a record to reflect identification and identify the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, prior to that date of January 28, 2022, how long had you known Ms. Reed?
A year?
Do you recall approximately when you met her?
No.
And as far as you were aware, where Mr. O'Keefe lived, did Ms. Reed live there as well?
Yes, not full time.
So she had a house of her own as far as you knew?
Correct.
And about how often on a given week would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Couple times.
And about how often would you see Ms. Reed?
I would see her also.
So what was the point of the
As far as
text?
your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed, would there be occasions where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed?
Correct. Yes.
Would there be any occasion where you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And where would that be?
At the house. Maybe at Fields.
Now, with reference to their relationship, what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame.
In the time period around, say, the weeks leading up to January 28, 2022, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to his relationship with Ms. Reed?
Still not a time frame.
Just
in the
regular
weeks.
guy conversations.
In the weeks leading up to.
Anything, specific that you can recall?
No.
When you arrived at
What?
typically when you would come over to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where is it that you would park?
In the driveway to the right.
And is that what you did on this particular day?
Yes.
This is wild. What the hell did you bring this guy up for?
When you arrived at the house, where did you go?
Into the house.
Yourself and your daughter?
Yes.
And when you got in there, who, if anyone, was at the house at that time?
Kaylee and John.
And what is it that you did, or what is it that occurred while you were in the house?
Excuse me?
What happened in the house?
We were just congratulating the girls, talking about how good it's going to be, different school, and just really excited for the girls.
And at some point, did yourself and Mr. O'Keefe make plans to leave the house?
Yes.
And where did you go?
We went down to McCarthy's.
And is that CF McCarthy's?
Correct.
Is that an establishment? Where is that?
It's in Canton Center.
And about how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's house is that?
5-10 minutes.
And is that somewhere that you're familiar with? You've been before?
Not frequently, no.
Now, with regard to, you know approximately what time you left Mr. O'Keefe's house and went to CF McCarthy's?
I don't.
And where were the girls when the two of you went to CF McCarthy's?
They were in the house.
And at the time that you left there and went to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, was there any plans as far as meeting anybody else there?
I'm supposed to meet Karen.
Now, prior to leaving the house, what, if anything, did you or Mr. O'Keefe do with reference to the vehicles that were in the driveway?
So when we were leaving the house, I was parked in the driveway. John was parked on the left side of the driveway. John asked me I backed up so John could move his car out of the way so Karen could pull her car into the garage because of the snowstorm.
I'm sorry, you said because of the what now?
Snowstorm?
And as far as the snowstorm was concerned, what, if anything, did you know at that point in regard to that?
We were supposed to get a lot of snow.
Oh my God, dude.
I may have just one moment, Ron.
Are you fucking shitting me with this, Lolly? What the fuck is this?
I'm just trying to remember which is which.
Dude, you are the worst lawyer ever.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Ms. Gilman be allowed to publish a part of Exhibit 6, which is the driveway of the ring video.
Okay.
Dude, I feel like Jackson and Yannetti and Karen Reed are like this.
Video number 145.
Just fucking stunned. Like,
Sorry, if you could pause it right there. Mr. Cameron, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Myself and my daughter.
And as far as, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So just before you hear, this is a laser pointer. You just press that button.
Okay. Okay.
And Ms. Cameron, using that laser pointer that you now have with you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in this video you observe yourself and your daughter. And there are two vehicles in this sort of frame, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury whose car is who and where it is.
The white car is mine. The SUV is John's.
Now, as far as the ring system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his house at this time, as far as your knowledge of it, what, if anything, would the two of you do with reference to sort of picking up or dropping off kids in the ring video?
Yes, he had a camera, so like I'd always wave or give him, I always knew that he was like watching.
And do you know how he was watching if he wasn't home?
Yes, on his phone.
So would that be sort of a running joke between the two of you?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this.
This is the fucking. Dude, what's even going on right now?
Mr. Gilman, if you could just pause it there briefly. Now, Mr. Camerata, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's house? You've been there plenty of times, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to sort of where you and your daughter sort of exited from the screen, what, if any, sort of entrances to the home are located in that area?
2 garage doors.
And are you familiar with that garage area?
Yes.
Is that typically how you would enter the house?
Yes.
And with regard to sort of the condition of the garage, was Mr. O'Keefe particular about that?
Yes. He was.
And how so?
He always kept things very tight. He was like OCD.
And so as far as how many garage doors, as far as
Objection.
what I
He's
mean by
not a
garage doors,
therapist.
sort of electronic up, up
So
and
there's
down.
2 garage doors that go up and down, and there's a door. Just a single entry door.
On the left, as far as the left.
There was an old classic car he had, convertible.
And then as far as the right door,
Was empty.
and once beyond those sort of bay doors that go up and down, what if any other entranceway into the garage was?
There's a side door.
And if you recall, when you were entering at that time on 28th with your daughter, how did you enter it?
We went to the garage door, electric door.
And was that something, what if anything was affixed to those garage doors as far as security was concerned? Beyond
With a keypad. We'd have to punch in a key.
and at the time or at any time, were you familiar with what that passcode was?
Yes.
Now, when you walk into the garage, how is it that you get from the garage to the house?
You walk into the garage and you walk up 3 steps and you go into a door.
And then once you sort of walk up the 3 steps and go into the door, what part of the house are you in when you enter?
You pretty much in the kitchen.
And you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe was meticulous, if not OCD, when it came to the garage. How did that relate to how he kept the house?
The same. Everything was very tidy. When you walked in the door into the house, to the left, you put your shoes, your coats would be hung there.
And as far as shoes were concerned, is that something that you wore inside the house?
He'd rather you not.
And that was pretty well known to people that had been there before, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could,
Cool. Like to see like that fond memory of John that everyone could relate to and laugh.
video that's not contained on this exhibit 5 from the same video, I would offer that at this time as the next exhibit.
And there was no objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay.
I mean, the defense is just given the prosecution rope. You got to understand what's going on right now. Like everybody's pissed off for the jury, right? Well, the jury's pissed off too. The jury is like, what the fuck is going on? So the jury is hating the prosecution right now. And this is good for the defense.
Yes.
Well, no, I mean, I get that it is irrelevant, but it was nice to, you know, you have this really nice guy sitting on the stand, and he answers very plainly that John would rather you not wear shoes in his house, and anybody who's been in his house who's in the gallery was
Just up on the screen as
found that,
number 148.
you
That
know,
was what you had testified to previously as far as
endearing.
moving the cars.
Correct.
And why was that again?
So Karen could pull in the driveway, in the garage, excuse me.
So the expectation, from your understanding, is that Ms. Reed was coming back to the house at Meadows later on that evening.
Correct.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe from that video on the screen there was walking to the car, did you happen to notice how he was dressed?
Yes.
And as far as what you observe in that video, what you recall from that evening, is that how he was dressed that evening?
Yes.
And when I say how he was dressed, for sort of the entirety of the time that you were with him?
Yes.
So it's January 28th. You recall, you indicated there was a snowstorm coming. It was cold out, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that, was Mr. O'Keefe someone that would typically wear a coat?
No.
And ever? That you can recall?
Never that I could recall.
Huh.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, with reference to that same Exhibit 6, if I could publish.
Did he always wear one shoe?
149.
Okay.
Yeah, it was only that one EMT that said that. He was fucking adamant about it too. It was really weird how adamant that one EMT guy was. Was it Nuttall? I mean, he was just like so confident about this puffy coat.
And Ms. Gilman, for the sake of time, you can stop. And yes, you can bring it down. So from that video, Mr. Camerano, what is it that you and Mr. O'Keefe are doing in that video?
Heading down to McCarthy's.
Now,
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Lally?
yes.
Thank you.
Now, at some point after you arrive at C.F. McCarthy's, who, if anyone else, sort of joins your group?
Kurt.
And that'd be Kurt Roberts, is that
Correct.
And how was it that he came to C.F. McCarthy's that night, if you know?
I texted him.
And in general terms, what do you call sort of what that text communication was like between yourself and Mr. Roberts?
Yes, he said he was busy. He was doing something that I texted him that he was a pussy.
And following that text, did Mr. Roberts eventually arrive at C.F. McCarthy's?
He showed up, yes.
And about how long after you and Mr. O'Keefe arrived did Kurt show up?
I would like to say maybe an hour.
And if you know, when was it that at some point you indicated Ms. Reed appeared at C.F. McCarthy's as well?
Correct.
And do you know about how long after yourself and John arrived that Ms. Reed?
I don't.
Now, with reference to that establishment of C.F. McCarthy's, are you aware, or have you become aware that there was surveillance video from inside the bar that night?
Yes.
You've seen some of that footage, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit the surveillance video of C.F. McCarthy's as the next exhibit.
And there's no objection, Mr. Jackson?
There's none.
Well, I mean, it was just a situation where, you know, John is like, hey, text that motherfucker, tell him he's a fucking pussy. Tell him he's a pussy. This guy's like, hey, you're a fucking pussy. You don't come out to the bar.
With the court's permission, I would seek to publish portions of that video for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could from that video, the first the first video. If I could ask you to play from about 7 minutes and 40 seconds, and we'll go through about 9 minutes. If you could pause it just there. Now, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Mr. Cameron?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
CF McCarthy's.
And yourself and Mr. O'Keefe are not in frame at this time, is that correct?
No.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about in reference to the bar that you and Mr. O'Keefe eventually came to congregate that.
These seats here.
And from this video, from your time there that night or prior occasions, can you see sort of where the front door is to the establishment?
Yes.
Could you direct the jury's attention to where that is? And so what I'm going to ask in just a moment is for Ms. Gilman to press play, and then what I'd ask you to do is if you could just direct the jury's attention to when, if at all, you observe yourself and Mr. O'Keefe walking.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Cameron, if you could pause it right there. And just, I'm sorry, Mr. Cameron, you're directing with the laser pointer to the
Sorry.
screen. If you could just describe what you're directing.
That is me. And that is John.
And thanks.
Well-
Ms. Gilman, if you could just, again, play this through the 9 minutes.
I couldn't see if he was wearing a belt. Can you guys see if he's wearing a belt? I can't zoom in on it. Yeah, no puffy jacket. Right. We all knew that already. Like, that's why when he was saying that, we were like, what the fuck is he talking about? A puffy jacket? What? This kid's a liar. Like, he gave us his whole Boy Scout resume and then starts talking about a puffy jacket. It's bizarre. Not all men wear belts. I always wear a belt, even when I don't really need one. But not all men wear belts.
And Your Honor, for the record, I think we're at about 9 minutes and 41 seconds or so.
Okay.
So with reference to Steve McCarthy's, you went there and had some drinks, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking or what John was drinking that night?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for the two of you?
Yes.
And do you recall sort of, was that from the tap, a bottle, or something?
From the bottle.
And do you recall what type of beer typically you would drink or Mr. O'Keefe would drink?
Bud Light.
And do you recall specifically that's what you had that night, or that's just what you would typically have?
Typically, I think we had Bud Light.
And if you know approximately how many beers or how many drinks did you have over the course of your time at CF McCarthy's?
I don't.
We don't count.
Yourself versus Mr. O'Keefe.
If we're drinking Bud Light, we're not counting.
you recall, sort of in relation to each other, how much you each had to drink?
Not maybe 6 beers.
And what I'm asking, sir, is it's not like, did one of you have 10 and one of you had 2, or was it sort of commensurate with each other?
Commensurate, one for one. I would.
So essentially
Yeah,
you're buying
'cause you're-
rounds as you go along.
Correct.
Now, from the time at C.F. McCarthy's, how would you describe sort of the tone or sort of the demeanor within the group that you were in that night?
Pretty good.
So no arguments, no fighting, anything like that? Group call.
No.
And just briefly going back to the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe wearing in this and that you recall him wearing that night, what, if any, damage or tears or anything like that did you note in any of his clothing that night?
I did not see any.
So what? How does this help your
If I
case?
could ask you to take this down and go to the 3rd video. And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 6-minute and 10-second mark through the 7-minute mark. And when you get to 6:10, if you could just pause. Now, Ms. Cameron, I'm directing your attention to the screen. If you could, from the parties that were within your group sort of that night at the bar, if you could just direct the jury's attention to who is who or who, if anyone, you recognize in the group.
Kurt.
So in addition to yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Roberts has now joined your group.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it for me.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a belt on all the way.
If you could pause there, please. Now, with reference to Mr. Roberts, was he a beer drinker as well?
Yes.
And from a bottle that night, same sort of thing that yourself and Mr. O'Keefe were having?
Correct.
And from where it's paused at this point in the video, who, if anyone else, do you recognize sort of coming into frame or coming to join your group?
Karen Reed.
And so from this, is this about the time that she entered the establishment or came into the bar?
Yes.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her drinking during your time that you were both at C.F. McCarthy's that night?
Thank you, Hans Gruber.
She was drinking out of a glass.
And if you know, what if anything did you observe as far as the color of what was in the glass?
It was clear.
And beyond sort of the clear liquid in the glass, what, if anything else, did you observe in the glass as far as a straw, fruit, anything like that?
A straw, maybe.
And what, if anything, did you know what was in the glass?
I didn't.
And as far as you could tell, what was in the glass?
Vodka?
Is that something that Ms. Reed would typically drink if you had been out with her on prior occasions?
Yes.
Now, sorry.
I mean, she looks like a vodka drinker. You know, if I'm pegging her as somebody who goes out drinking, she's drinking vodkas, you know, vodka sodas or vodka cranberries, but probably more along the vodka tonic, vodka sodas, I would think. Yeah, she's not a sweet drink kind of girl. You can tell.
Now, Ms. Gilman, from this same 3rd video in this exhibit of the C.F. McCarthy's, if I could ask you to forward to the 14-minute mark. Pause there. And if you could, I would ask that you play this from the 14-minute mark until about 14 minutes and 15 seconds. So just about 15 seconds.
Well, trying to guess somebody's drink is just a courtesy. It's just means being a good bartender, man. It's like, when you keep a Zippo on you and you quick to light someone's cigarette before they could reach for their lighter, that's just being a good bartender.
At Luce Elementary School for a play of some sort. Is that correct?
Thank you, Muggs.
He was for a little bit.
And from there, where, if anywhere else, did he go then?
He went to a friend's house to skate in his backyard.
Skate as far as just skating, or what, if anything else?
He was skating, that little party.
Well, let me ask you this. Was he a hockey player?
Yes, he's a hockey player.
Okay, so when you say skate, he's in the
Skating,
backyard.
yes. Makeshift hockey rink in somebody's backyard.
And at some point with relation to that, what, if anything, sort of caused you to leave C.F. McCarthy's on that night?
I received a phone call that my son was hit in the face with a hockey stick and he lost his tooth.
And so upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to go get him.
And do you recall about what time that was that you left C.F. McCarthy's to go get him?
I don't recall.
Now, from the group that you were with, as far as yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone, left first?
I believe Kurt.
And do you recall sort of how it was that Kurt left?
Kurt just got up and left.
So sort of an Irish goodbye?
Yeah, Irish goodbye, yes.
That's something he's known for?
Yes.
And about when was that in relation to when you left?
Not too soon after.
I'm sorry, not too soon after or not too soon before?
I left after, probably, I'd like to say 15 minutes after Kurt left.
Now, with the court's permission, Your Honor, I'd just like to publish just 2 more segments from this.
Okay.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to the 4th video. 4th one down. And if I could ask you to forward it to about 19 minutes and 40 seconds.
I mean, the prosecution, what Lolly's doing, he's trying to establish a timeline through this witness, and this is going to happen with, he's probably going to call Mr. Roberts up as well. You know what I mean? And go through the same shit.
Pause it there for 1 second. Now, Mr. Camarado, from your looking at this surveillance video here, or from your memory of that night, you see Mr. O'Keefe speaking to another gentleman. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know who that person is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Sully.
And do you know his first name or anything beyond just Sully?
Sully, I don't know his first name.
A guy in Boston named Sully, go figure.
How is it that you know him?
Kids play baseball with his son.
So in addition to your son playing baseball with Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Mr. Roberts, does he have a son that's around the same age?
Correct.
And this individual, Sully, he has a child that plays baseball with the 3 of your kids?
Correct.
Is that someone that you had contacted to meet there, or he just happened to be there?
He just happened to be there.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just hit play again and just run to about the 20-minute mark.
What'd I
Now,
say?
Ms. Gilman, if you could move that forward again to 24 minutes and 10 seconds. And if you could just let this run until about 24 minutes and 20 seconds, so just about 10 seconds. And so, Mr. Camerano, did you see yourself in that portion of the video?
Yes.
And do you know what you were doing at that time?
Leaving.
And so prior to leaving, had you sort of settled up a tab or something?
Yes, I picked up the tab.
And then you left and went to get your son, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please. Now, Mr. Camerano, you left there and went to pick up your son, is that correct?
Yes.
And following picking up your son, where did you go?
Back to John's house.
And why did you go back to John's house at that time?
My daughter was there picking her up.
You went to pick up your daughter?
Correct.
And do you recall approximately what time that was?
11.
And when you came back to the residence at One Meadows, you parked in the driveway again?
Correct.
And did you physically sort of go in the house to pick up?
No, I did. No, I did not.
Now, as far as from the time that from the time that you left with Mr. O'Keefe to go to see McCarthy's versus the time that you came back, anything changed as far as position of Mr. O'Keefe's car?
No.
What, if anything, did you note as far as the garage doors were concerned, or any damage or anything like that?
Everything looked normal.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to just publish another video or two from Exhibit 6.
Okay.
And at this time, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the driveway again, video 152.
You're a magnificent cunt.
I love how this dude, like, Lolly was all building up to, like, have this guy talk shit about Karen. And he was asked if John said anything bad about Karen to him. And he was like, nah. Like, you could tell that these guys have a code, bro. These are like homies. You know what I mean? They go to the bar. They don't talk about their wives. They talk about everything but.
For the jury, excuse me. Just as sort of what was going on in that video.
I was picking up my daughter, Madeline, and my son, Michael, was with me. Yes, all three of us.
And where did you go from there?
Home.
And when you got home, well, let me ask you this first. During the time that you were at C.F. McCarthy's, you obviously, at some point, you didn't do an Irish goodbye?
No.
So at some point, you indicated to Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed that you were leaving to go pick up your son?
Yes.
And what, if any, indication did they give to you as far as where they were going, or what were their intentions for the rest of the evening?
They were heading either across the street or to the hillside.
And when you say across the street, what, if anything, was across the street?
There's another bar room.
Is that the waterfall?
Waterfall, yes.
You familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to CF McCarthy?
Across the street to the left. If you were coming out of CF McCarthy's.
Walking distance, is that correct?
Correct.
And you leave, you get your son, you pick up your daughter at Mr. O'Keefe's house, and then you go home, correct?
Correct.
And when you get home, about how much longer were you up before you went to bed?
Wasn't up much longer.
And when you typically go to bed, what, if anything, did you do with your phone?
Put them on the charger.
Where's the charger located in reference?
In the kitchen.
And when, following to the next day, about what time is it that you wake up on the 29th?
6, 5:36 a.m.
And what was it that woke you up, if you know?
Phones ringing.
And how many phones do you have?
2.
And essentially one personal, one work. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were both phones ringing or one of the other?
1 phone at that time.
Was that your work or your personal?
My personal phone.
And get up, you hear that, you look at your phone. What, if anything, do you see on the screen?
I see a lot of missed calls, a bunch of missed calls from Karen, and missed calls from my wife's work.
And when you say missed calls, are we talking about one call, several calls?
Several calls.
Any voicemails that you recall associated with those calls?
I don't recall.
And so based on sort of making that observation of the missed calls, what do you do with that?
I pick up the phone and call my wife.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your wife at that?
My wife said to me that John.
Okay, sustained.
John, may we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, like where the fuck is this going, dude? Because I want to know why Lolly thinks that this could possibly be winning over the jury. Because, I mean, courtroom 101, right? Trial 101. The only thing that matters is what the jury hears. And when you deliver information, when you say anything out loud in a courtroom during a trial, the purpose is to A, make sure the jury hears it, and to try to control how they hear it. You want them to feel good about what they're hearing or feel bad about what the other person is feeding them. Not like it.
So Mr. Camerano, you call your wife, and what, if anything, is it in general that you tell her?
This seems to escape the
She tells me that
prosecution.
John didn't come home last night.
And she's still at work at this point, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you how she came to find that out?
She just she said she's received phone calls from
whom?
Karen.
From Karen. And then based on that, you have a conversation with your wife about John's niece and nephew, is that right?
Yes, my wife says to me, go get Kaylee. Kaylee is home.
So at that time, your wife tells you that Kaylee is home in Meadows Ave by herself.
Yes.
And so based on that information, what is it that you do next?
I realize that Kaylee's home alone, so I throw some clothes on, go out to the car, clean the car off real quick, and get in the car and go.
When you say clean the car off real quick, what, if anything, did you have to clean off?
I cleaned the snow off the front windshield.
And again, you sort of drive over to John's house to get Kaylee.
Correct.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway as well.
Yes.
And when you get to John's house and you pull in the driveway, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the condition of the garage doors at that point?
When I pulled in, I could tell the garage door was open, left open.
Which one? The one to the right or
To the one to the right.
And you go inside that door?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you do once you went inside?
Once I went inside, I saw Kaylee. I asked Kaylee get whatever she needed and to come and get in the car. While she was doing that, I started clearing some snow. I thought maybe snow hit the sensors so that the door couldn't go down.
And so you start clearing the snow with a shovel?
With the shovel that was in the garage, yes.
And after you had cleared some of the snow with the shovel, what did you do with regard to the doors at that point?
So I tried to put them down. They wouldn't go down. Then I asked Kaylee, I think, to re-enter the code to see if she could get the doors to go down, but the doors would not go down. The door.
And at some point, how did you get the?
So there's a red rope. I manually pulled that, shut the door, locked the doors. There's 2 side locks on the garage door, and I went out through the side garage door.
This is a good homie to have right here. looking out for your stuff.
Now, when you arrived at the residence and you pulled into the driveway, do you recall how many vehicles were in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
And how many?
2.
And whose vehicles were they?
John's and Karen's.
And John's vehicle, where was that in relation to the last time that you saw it when you picked up your daughter there?
Same spot.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed's vehicle, where was that in relation to the garage or in relation to the driveway?
It was pulled in on the left side, all the way in.
So in the area of the garage door that you were just speaking
Correct.
about? And at that time, did you look at the vehicle or touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
Fair to say that your focus was sort of on the garage door and the fact that it was open, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Maybe self-evident, but why was your focus on
Because I figured John would go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his garage.
Now, at any point in time when you initially got the call from your wife, did you yourself reach out to John at any point?
I did not.
You know, if I may, I would just seek to publish just a few more videos from Exhibit 6, the driveway ring.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from those first starting with video 155 and essentially just going to go 155 through 158. If you could pause it. And Mr. Camerano, you recognize what's up on the screen again?
Yes, my car.
Is this sort of when you're pulling in to get Kelly?
Correct.
Using the laser pointer before you, again, if you could just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Ms. Reed's vehicle.
No, they're probably not showing the video right now because
Essentially, from what you observed,
it shows John's minor kids. So
yes,
or at least one of them.
The home during the time that you were there to pick up Kaylee and shoveling out the snow from the garage.
No.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it.
I mean, Bev shouldn't have to, but she never ordered him to redact that. Like she ordered certain documents to be redacted, but not this.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the next video, 156.
Right. Great point, unit. The jury already hates him right now. Just having this guy up there. Because again, you got to understand these are locals, and this guy seems to just emulate the character of a good Bostonian. You know what I mean? He seems to have like this code that Bostonians tend to have, you know, of character. He's true to his wife. He's a good dad, works hard, hangs out with his boys, lets off a little steam, goes home, does the dad thing, looks out for his boys. This is the jury connects with this, and they're pissed off that he has to sit here and go through this right now. Guaranteed. So if he brings those kids up there after this, that's not going to be a good look at all. Like all of you locals in the chat right now that are pissed off, like the jury feels the same way you do right now. Now, it's slightly unfair to say only because you guys know more than the jury does. But at the same time, for the same reasons, I'm telling you, for the same reasons that you're mad, they're mad. I promise. I can guarantee it. Wicked pissed. Exactly.
Last thing, Ms. Gilman, video 158.
All right, Jenna Rocco and Nick Rocco have been in the courtroom watching this and watching the jury. And Jenna's saying that the jury does not hide their facial expressions, and I don't doubt it. I am sure that the jury is absolutely reacting. And we're only in the middle of week 2, folks. This is day 7. This is crazy.
Ms. Gilman, you can take it. So, Mr. Camarano, what was just in those last 4 videos that were playing before? Describing as far as yourself and Kaylee trying to get the garage door down.
Correct.
And so you leave from there and go back to your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And
Oh man, it's mostly women.
Kaylee go
It's like 10 women and
Go
6
into the
men,
house,
I think.
We're in the kitchen in my house, and my daughter. Get my daughter up.
And your daughter then sort of hangs out with Kaylee for a period of time?
Correct. They go downstairs and they were hanging out.
Yeah, it's 10 women and
At some
6
point
men,
in
I think.
time, how does Kaylee leave your house, or where does she go?
I take
And
Kaylee
thank
home.
you, Jen Del Rio.
And why is it that you take Kaylee home? About what time is it, if you know?
I don't know what time. Paul had called me.
And by Paul, who do you mean?
Paul O'Keefe, John's brother.
And he had informed you that John had passed?
Yes.
So you took Kaylee to the house on Meadows Ave to be with the family, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
Mr. Camarano, just a few questions. You and your wife did spend a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple, correct?
Decent amount, yes.
Would you have considered John one of your best friends?
A good friend.
In fact, you were close enough that your children spent a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple and their kids, correct?
Correct.
In fact, is it true that sometimes they would even vacation together with Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed?
Correct.
There was a trusting relationship that you had with both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed to put your kids in their care.
Correct.
You mentioned this wonderful news about your kids, your daughter getting into this great school. I think it's called Bishop.
Bishop fan, yes.
Before the acceptance, there was actually a sort of a process, like an open house that you needed to take the kids to, correct?
Yes.
You took your daughter, right?
I don't recall.
You remember being at an open house and a tour of Bishop with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe and John's niece?
I do recall being in an auditorium. I do.
Yeah, big auditorium, big tour of the school.
Yes.
So all the kids getting in.
Yes.
Okay. To make sure it's the right fit for the kids.
Correct.
And Karen was there, sort of as a
She was.
patriarch for John's niece.
Yes.
Your daughter spent a lot of time just with Karen, Miss Reed,
Correct.
running errands, going to Miss Reed's house, having Miss Reed care for her,
Correct.
and you had no issues with that
No.
because you liked Karen. You liked
Correct.
Miss Reed.
Correct.
It was probably, did you say once a week that you would hang out with and socialize with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
So you got to know them not just individually, but as a couple together, correct?
Yes.
You saw them on most Friday nights, right?
Correct.
You never saw them argue or fight.
Argue.
Matter of fact, one time you were asked about this in front of a grand jury, and you said, I wouldn't even call it bickering. They would just banter together.
I guess so. Yes.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe complain about Miss Reed or vice versa?
No, I did hear him complain about like when when Karen would buy like very nice things for the kids, like he wouldn't like that, stuff like that, or take the kids to get their nails done or something like that.
So maybe spoiling the children.
Yes. Yes.
Certainly nothing to suggest that there was any abuse or anything like that. It was just a matter of fact.
Correct. Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe had an idea about how to raise children that was maybe a little bit more modest than Miss Reed did.
Correct.
So you described earlier at another hearing, you described the situation in which Miss Reed got a very expensive sweater for Mr. O'Keefe's niece.
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe's response was, boy, I wish she hadn't done that. That's spoiling that little girl.
Yes.
All right. You would agree there are worse things in the world than spoiling a child.
Correct.
I'll let it stand.
You never heard Mr. O'Keefe even hint at the idea of breaking up with Miss Reed.
Not that I can recall.
I want to turn your attention to January 28th, if I could. We saw a video, and you explained what was happening in the video, where some cars were being jostled around. That was Mr. O'Keefe actually moving his car to facilitate Miss Reed bringing her car over to his house to put it in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Kind of a chivalrous thing to do for your loved one.
Yes.
Didn't want her to be out in the snow if it was going to be a heavy snow. Is that right?
Correct.
And the idea was that even that weekend, he intended that Miss Reed would likely be with him and the family for the entirety of the weekend during that blizzard.
Correct.
So she'd have a nice warm place and a dry place to put her car.
Yes.
You saw a video that Mr. Lally played for you of the moment. There are several videos, but I want to direct your attention, your memory, to the video of when Miss Reed actually made her way into McCarthy's.
Yes.
You have that scene in your mind?
Yes.
You saw in the video when Miss Reed actually walked into the location how Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe greeted each other,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
Yes.
It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Would you agree?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
Why would you object to that? You
They kissed,
dummy.
yeah.
Would you consider a kiss affectionate?
Yes.
Right.
They hug each other.
I don't recall.
Mr. O'Keefe put his right arm out and Miss Reed sort of nestled into his embrace,
Okay.
and that's when he kissed her.
Hi, babe.
Yes.
Hi,
They
babe.
seemed happy to see each other.
Right.
Yes.
Um, observe while you were at CF McCarthy's with them, you didn't observe any arguing or bickering between the two of them?
No.
As a matter of fact, they were sort of the normal, affectionate, laughing, happy couple that you were used to seeing, correct?
Yes.
There didn't seem to be any tension between them at CF McCarthy's, is that right?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to just ask a couple of more questions. During the span of time that you knew them to be together, would you describe their relationship as being normal and caring?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
I want to just draw your attention to the month before Mr. O'Keefe's passing. Would you describe their relationship to be normal as far as you knew it to be?
Yes.
And on the day
I love this guy.
before Mr. O'Keefe's passing, would you describe their interactions to be normal and caring and affectionate?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Dude,
Anything, Mr. Lally?
that
No
was
redirect, John.
that
All
was
right, Mr.
beautiful.
Camerano, thank you very much. You're all set, sir.
That was beautiful.
All right, jurors, why don't we take our morning recess? We'll take 15, 20 minutes.
This guy had nothing bad to say about Karen.
Close your notebooks, placing them on your chairs, taking your belongings. All right.
Karen's biggest fan. All right, so folks, I mean, this Michael guy, I mean, he had nothing. That dude was in no way in shape or form helpful to the prosecution at all. I mean, he says that him and John O'Keefe were close friends. He said that Karen and John argued from time to time, bickered, really, just kind of bickering, but nothing abnormal. He said he liked Karen. He said that John never said anything negative about Karen to him. I'm trying to process right now exactly what Lolly was trying to prove there. Like, what was he trying to accomplish besides getting the jury to hate him? Because I think that's exactly what happened here. Because right there, remember when I said at the beginning of his testimony, his direct testimony, I thought, okay, well, I mean, the defense better be really, really, they better go real easy on this guy because the jury likes him. They don't like Lolly right now, but they like him. And sure enough, what did Jackson do? Jackson, the bulldog, Action Jackson, as they call him, the bulldog that we know has a side to him and that is just, you know, like he approaches this guy absolutely beautifully. Very chill, very respectful, very empathetic. And the way that he executed that line of questioning, this guy felt happy to answer those questions truthfully, and he was very forthcoming. It seemed as though he was less reluctant to answer the cross-examination questions than he was to answer the prosecution's questions. And it's the prosecution's witness. So, I mean, people, what we're looking at right now, I'm telling you, this is, I mean, Karen Reed's defense is the Steven Seagal of of defense teams. That's, I mean, they're using Aikido, legal Aikido. Everything that every bit of momentum that Lolly thinks that he's throwing, the defense just kind of shifts that momentum back towards them. They're doing nothing. They haven't presented a witness yet. The defense has yet to present a witness. They have not started to present their case. They're allowing the prosecution so far to present the defense's case, and it is happening systematically. It's fascinating to watch this defense team do what they're doing, the way that they're doing it. Oh, I just got a Sandra. Thank you for the PayPal. That's very nice. Appreciate you. I want to see if I should because people put notes to them, and I'm really bad about reading them. So at least out loud, and I should get in the habit of doing that. So this one says, this is from Anna on PayPal, says, I started watching your channel a long time ago for good laughs, but you became my #1 true crime creator. You are one of the heroes of Karen Reed. I guess that's what that says. She ran out of space. Thank you so much, Anna. And Amy said mass hole shit show updates. And Sandra just said big goose egg, Lolly, loving couple, love your channel. Thank you, Sandra. Appreciate that. And then let me see if there's. Okay, so Lisa sent a Venmo says free Karen Reed. Thank you. And CJ sent one saying you're doing an amazing job. Thanks for all your hard work. Thank you. This doesn't feel like work at all. That's what's so great about this. Like, I love just hanging out with you guys and doing this. Dina, thank you so much. Dina just said morning. Appreciate you. All you guys are amazing. And Calamity Jade just became a member for 25 months. Calamity Jade is amazing. Thank you so much. 2+ years in our third trial, Glare family. Prosecution humanized him, but not calling him officer. You celebrate when it's convenient for them. Much love. All great points. Thank you so much, Calamity Jade. Thank you for being such a loyal member for so long. 2 years, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, we've done a few of these trials, haven't we? I wouldn't go that far. Ha ha ha. I can't recommend that. You're saying I live in Norfolk County, and I'll tell you one thing: if I ever get in trouble, Lolly is the prosecutor. I'm representing myself. You'd probably be okay, but I can't in good conscience recommend that. I would never ever recommend to anybody to represent themselves in court ever. And I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so it doesn't really mean shit. I can't give anybody legal advice, but from person to person, layman to layman, I would never ever recommend anyone represent themselves in court unless you're an attorney yourself. And I even still, in theory, I would think that it's still better to get someone to represent you. No way. No way. The only way that I would do that is out of sheer vanity, and I was dead broke, and there was just no way I could afford it. And my defense attorney that was assigned to me is just a complete and utter useless moron. It'd be hard to imagine representing myself. That's possible too, that maybe Karen hit the garage door pulling out. But if I had to guess, I'd say that what Melanie Little is doing is she's creating scenarios that create doubt. Melanie Little is an attorney, and if I had to imagine, what she's doing right now is probably, without listening to her, I would imagine that she's making the point that who knows what the fuck happened. There's not The tail light is not enough evidence. The tail light just simply isn't evidence. You don't have any proof that she broke the tail light on John O'Keefe. Because the only thing that proves that, the only thing they're counting on is the microscopic pieces of evidence that were found in John O'Keefe's clothing. John O'Keefe's clothing that, in the words of Attorney Melanie Little, I would submit to you, were not logged into evidence for at least 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was pronounced dead. So the taillight evidence is null and void. It's pointless. None of it matters. None of it matters. I mean, if you look at every single investigator that has testified already, they all look like idiots. That Gallagher dude was a clown. That dude was a clown. I mean, we're talking about a dude that just sat there on the stand going, we used a leaf blower. I've seen one used before. And so, no, not traditionally. That's not something that normally you would use in a crime scene, in an investigation. No. You would not normally use a leaf blower. No. But we used it, and we found it to be very effective. Like, there's no way that the people on that jury were not looking at this guy going, oh my God, bro. There's no way. I cannot imagine, knowing all of you Cantonites in this chat, I can't imagine a jury full of them not sitting there going, okay, wow. I don't see it, dude. Yeah, leaf blower. Yes, we asked the neighbor if he had any plastic containers to put the blood samples in. We were able to move very successfully all the way to the ground with the leaf blower. Like, dude. Yeah, he was like, it worked great. That dude was so proud of this leaf blower and using it. I've never seen anything like that. And then Sergeant Lank or Lieutenant Lank, he pulls out 2 nitrile gloves that clearly came from a box that you get from Walgreens, CVS, and he pulls out 2 nitrile gloves from his inside linty ass pocket from his jacket, puts them on, hands all dirty, just touches the box that the evidence is in, pulls the thing out, touches around all over the thing, touches his face, right in front of the jury. Jury saw all of that. The jury saw this guy completely and totally disregard the concept of cross-contamination as if it was never a concept, as if cross-contamination was never a subject or anything that exists in reality. It was crazy. Yeah, I don't see the prosecution having, like, the prosecution hasn't presented a case yet at all. They've managed to hand the jury over to the defense. The defense now owns the jury, and the defense owns the jury because the prosecution handed them the jury in a fucking bow. That's what happened. There's no doubt about that at all. Prosecution gifted the jury to the defense like as if the jury is a new puppy and the prosecution put this new puppy in a little box with holes in it with a bow in it, and then the defense opened this box and then picked up the puppy and is now petting the puppy like this. And now the jury just sits there getting pet and loves the defense, thanks to the prosecution. That's what's happening right now. Yeah, I think they are. I mean, they intend. I know that the prosecution intends on calling one of the kids up to the stand, the oldest one, as I understand it. But I don't see that going well at all, for the reason that the prosecution, the jury already hates the prosecution, and B, because that's the thing is it's always a risky move. I think any lawyer will tell you that it's always a risky move to call kids up to the stand when it comes to, because it always in a trial, in a jury trial, all that matters is what the jury hears and how they hear it. So if the prosecution already hates this jury, or I'm sorry, if the jury already hates this prosecution, and then they bring up a kid up there, making this kid relive everything, and then it turns out that this kid has no better information than the other character witnesses that were brought up, like John's brother, John's sister-in-law, and now one of his closest friends. Yeah, it's going to look real bad for the prosecution to do that. Right now, the only chance, and it's super risky. Like, if you're the prosecution and the jury loves you so far, you almost don't want to bring up these kids because you don't want to lose having that jury in the palm of your hands. You don't want to fuck that up, because calling those kids up to the stand could absolutely shift the jury. You could absolutely lose the jury. And now you already don't have the jury, but you're going to bring up a kid. I mean, unless this kid comes up and because then, I mean, that's the thing is, what's the defense going to do? That's going to be the big question. How is the defense going to handle cross-examination? Are they even going to cross-examine? So it's going to be a tricky situation, but it's super risky on Lolly's part. But everything Lolly's done has not only been risky, but just bad, just not smart. He's every decision that he's made, every witness that he's brought up, he has not made them look credible in any way, shape, or form. Even his line of questioning seemed to it seemed to make the line of questioning easier for the defense when they cross-examined. Right. That's what we've got so far is they're just proving that Karen had a good relationship. I mean, the only thing that they seem to argue about, according to witnesses, is her spoiling the kids. And I get that. You're trying to teach these kids gratitude, not just gratitude to him. That's not what I mean. Just general gratitude. That's an important characteristic that you want a child to develop as they get older, to not be entitled, you know? So I could see him getting frustrated, but I could see Karen being somebody who's like, well, you know, maybe I didn't grow up privileged, or maybe I did. And maybe I think that these kids deserve to. Like, I'm okay. I grew up okay. I've got a good career, you know? Like, what's wrong with spoiling these kids? They're good kids. They deserve it. And John didn't agree with that. And I can understand that. John feeling like I want these kids to have to earn what, you know, what they get. I get that. Like, I had a girlfriend that was really well off, and I had my son with me, and, you know, he was a teenager, and she was just like, you know, she just didn't care. She would just buy whatever. And I would be like, stop that. You know, I'm like, I'm busting my ass here. And it's important that he sees that, you know, like things aren't just handed to you in life, you know? So I get that shit. But at the same time, you know, I also get Karen's point, because I get my ex's point at that time too. I mean, she was like, I worked hard, put myself through college. I did all this, and I you know, what good is being able to have all these nice things and have this success if I can't share it with people that I think deserve it? It's not a bad thing, you know, but that's not something that people hate each other over. You know what I mean? Both people are logical people, and both people are coming from a good place. So it's something that they disagree on, and it might get a little heated, but it's not something that's going to make them resent the other for. John doesn't seem like that didn't seem like the type of person that would resent Karen for wanting to do nice things for these children that he cares for. It seemed like it would bother him because he doesn't want them spoiled. But I don't think that that's something that someone of his character would resent her for. And I don't think that Karen is the type of person to resent John for simply wanting them to not be spoiled and not want to feel entitled. Karen does not come off as someone who this is going to escape her. It's just something that they probably disagreed on for the reasons that I just explained. And it's okay. It doesn't mean that one resented the other. Yeah, this is going to be a long day. Yesterday was a half day. Right. Like, the moms are not going to hate Karen, man. Like, dude, she's also, listen, bro. And she's not even like the stepmom necessarily. You know what I mean? She's not trying to replace their mother. John's not trying to replace their parents. This is one of those situations where it seems like these kids are old enough to where they're just like, okay, something really shitty in life happened. I don't know how I'm going to deal with it, but at least there's these people who are fucking cool, you know, and care for us. They seem old enough to have that kind of appreciation to some degree, to at least make that observation for themselves. And so Karen's not trying to be their mom. You know what I mean? I don't think that they, you know, I mean, I'm just speculating here. I don't know. But what I'm saying is, you know, if you're a mother on the jury, and it's a different situation, but this is why Karen's situation doesn't even apply to this. But I'm saying, like, if you're a mother on this jury and then you're divorced from the father of your children, and the father of your children remarries or has a girlfriend that he's close to and now has a relationship with your children, then you're going to think that her role is simply to know her place and to buy them nice things once in a while. Be cool, be the friend, you know? That's your role. Dude, I'll never forget, man. I dated this girl for a long time, and she was great. And my kids were still kids, you know, and they lived in California. And me and my girlfriend went out to visit my kids in California. We took them to Legoland. It was really nice. This was years and years and years ago. And my kid's mom, something happened, and then I had to bring it to her attention. And then my kid's mom just started like really going off track, you know, and my ex-girlfriend, being the problem solver that she is, and just at the time a career bartender, she was like, all right, hey, why don't you telling my ex, why don't you show me where the nearest store is? Let's go for a ride. Show me where the nearest liquor store is. And so while I was talking to my kids, instead of it being a very unproductive situation, while I was talking to my daughter specifically with her stepfather, because her mother was being distracting at the time, my girlfriend intervened in this situation and was just like, okay, and then just got her drunk in the kitchen while we took care of the problem. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. But see, those are the roles that the girlfriend who's not the mom has. You know what I mean? Those are the roles, to know their place. You know, they don't get to be the mom, but if the mom is even being disruptive because she might be too emotional to deal with the situation, this does happen. That does not mean that they're a bad mother. You know what I'm saying? This means that at that very moment, she's not handling the situation properly. She's being counterproductive to the situation. And so this is the way you help. You don't go, hey, you don't know, blah, 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 blah. Hey, no, it's, hey, does anybody know where the nearest, hey, can you take me to the nearest liquor store? And then it was just like, she just got her drunk, kept making these different kind of shots. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful. While she just sat there and shit talked me.
Your next
And she
witness,
was just,
please,
you
Mr.
know,
Lally.
but
Your Honor,
knowing
follow-up
that we were
call, Miss,
taking care of the
Catherine
problem.
Camerano.
It was beautiful. That's your role. Karen was just trying to not cross boundaries.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case that is hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Slide right up and close to the mic.
Nice and close to that microphone and speak nice and loudly. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Catherine Camerano, Camerano.
And where do you live?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Probably about since 2005, maybe 20 years. 2005, I think.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My husband, Michael, and my 2 children.
And how old are you?
Right now, 13 and 16.
And starting with the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a
Girl.
girl? And the 13-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Boy.
And as far as activities are concerned with your kids, do they play sports or do they do other sorts of activities?
They play sports. Yep.
And which sports does your 16-year-old daughter play?
Currently, right now, softball.
And has she played any other sports in the past?
She played soccer. She played hockey for a little bit, but mostly soccer and softball.
And your 13-year-old son, what if any sports?
Hockey,
player does he play?
hockey and baseball.
Now, do you work, man?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
And how long have you been working as a nurse?
21 years.
And your husband, does he work?
He does.
And what does he do?
He's a laborer.
And how long has he been doing that?
Probably 25, maybe even 30 years, actually.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Married
Now,
20 years? 20 years. 2004.
now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those couple days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
It was Friday into Saturday night.
And starting with the Friday of the 28th, were you working that side?
I was working that night.
And sort of typically what kind of shift you work as
I work 7P to 7A, nights, mostly weekends.
the weekends would be sort of typically when you'd be at work?
Yes.
And around this time of January 2022, when you were at work, do you know what sort of your husband and your children would be doing typically on like a Friday night?
Friday night, they went to Johnny's house a lot, and the kids hung out, and they all just hung out together on a Friday night.
Now, starting with Johnny, who you referred to, you mean John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know John?
My husband got introduced to him, and then the girls started hanging out probably 2018, fourth grade. The boys around the same time when he moved to Meadows, probably around that time.
And so Mr. O'Keefe, he had a niece and a nephew of who he was a guardian, is that correct?
Correct.
And he had a niece named Kaylee and a nephew named Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And they lived with him, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to his niece Kaylee and your daughter, how did they know each other?
They first met on the soccer team, probably soccer. Yes, they met soccer fourth grade, or was it it could have been basketball. She played basketball when she was that little, Madeline. Basketball team, fourth or fifth grade. And then quickly by the fifth, sixth grade, they were like best friends attached at the hip.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew Patrick, in relation to your son, were they the same age as well?
They were. They played baseball together.
And outside of baseball, were they friendly as well?
Yes.
And so a typical Friday night would be you were at work and your husband and the kids would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Correct.
You knew where Mr. O'Keefe's house was?
Yes.
And where was that?
On Meadows Ave.
About how far away from your house was Mr. O'Keefe's house on One Meadows Ave?
Maybe 2 miles, maybe. I don't know.
So fairly short distance?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this specific Friday night, January 28th, you were at work and do you know what sort of the plan was with reference to the rest of your family?
Michael, my son was going to play with a friend of his, a school play in the town, and Michael was going to Johnny's with Madeline, my daughter, and they were gonna hang out there for the night, and Michael and Johnny were gonna potentially go out.
Now, with reference to your daughter and Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee,
Mhm.
what, if anything, around specifically to that day, what, if anything, was sort of going on with them and their school?
They had just got into Bishop Vian High School that day.
And at this time in January 2022, what grade were they in?
They were in 8th. They were going into 9th that September.
And so they had been accepted to this private school, Bishop
Mhm.
Vian, and got their acceptance letters that day.
Yep.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to that on that day?
They were just really excited about it. Everyone was really excited that they just got in.
Now, at some point, well, beyond sort of, if you could just sort of describe the nature of your relationship, and by you, I'm using it plural, as far as you and your husband, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
He was our friend. He was really good to me and my kids.
And as far as the kids were concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay did you have with regard to his kids and he have with regard to you?
I worked weekends and he would take my kids to sporting. I would do a lot of the stuff during the week if I was around the practices. And him and my husband would always do the games. The kids used to call them my two dads. It was like they had a lot of fun together.
Wow.
It was like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
Now, through your friendship with Mr. O'Keefe, at some point did you come to know someone by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And who was Karen Reed in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
She was his girlfriend.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article?
Yeah, she's right there.
No, just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Oh, I don't like that she's starting to cry when she sees her.
To the defendant, Mr. Reed, prior to this date of January 28th, 2022, about how long had you known her?
Whenever they started dating, probably 2 years. During COVID. When was COVID? Probably 2 years.
So
right?
sometime during the COVID pandemic, you met her?
Yeah, yep.
And as far as you were aware, did she live with Mr. O'Keefe and the children, or did she have somewhere else?
No, she had a house in Mansfield, but she stayed at Meadows a lot.
And so during the course around this time of January 2022, general time, about how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Probably 3 days a week, I would say.
And sort of typically when you would see him, would that be sort of at a game or at your house?
Anything, drop off, pick up, his house, games, anything.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed were concerned with regard to you and your husband, what, if any, socialization did you have sort of outside of the kids?
Yeah, we went out to eat. We went to a comedy show. I would socialize with them.
About how often would you do that?
The kids were around mostly, but maybe a few times. I feel like the kids were usually always around.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that your husband and Mr. O'Keefe had gone out that evening?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I don't know. Either Michael told me or my daughter told me. One of them told me. I forget who.
And do you know where your husband went that night?
I don't remember if he told me exactly where he went.
And at some point, you're still at work. You're working an overnight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Dude, this sounds like the greatest marriage in the world. I'm not even being sarcastic.
They came home at some point.
They did.
And how do you know sort of when or how they came home?
I have an alarm on my house, so I know when somebody opens the door. I can check at work, and it alerts me if the door's open, if the alarm is on, off, who puts it on, who puts it off, what doors are open, when the alarm is rearmed. And if I usually don't allow sleepovers, and even if I did, my husband would have called me at work.
So fair to say there's a rule within your house that sleepovers don't happen unless you approve.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I'm going to turn your attention now to the morning of the 29th. At some point, while you were at work, did you receive a call from someone?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called?
Karen.
And about what time was that?
Probably between 4 and 5.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you when she called you around 4 or 5 in the morning?
She was just screaming, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?"
And was that a typical sort of situation that you would get a call from the defendant at that time?
No, 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 not at all.
And the screaming that you heard, or the phraseology of "where's Mike," is that something she said once or more than once or something?
She just kept saying it. She just kept saying, "Where's Mike?"
And what, if anything, did you say in response to that?
I was just like, hold on, calm down. And as I was doing it, I was rechecking like the alarm. I said, he's home with the kids. Let me call him. And at some point I hung up. I called my husband, like, I don't know, probably it felt like 100 times.
Now, you're at work and when you get this call, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall sort of where you were, what you were doing when you got the call?
I was getting ready to draw like morning lab, so I knew it was between like 4 and 5 a.m. somewhere early
As far as
morning.
this sort of screaming, as far as "where's Mike," what, if anything, did the defendant indicate as to why she was asking?
John didn't come home.
And from your knowledge of John O'Keefe, was that something that was normal or no?
No.
Now, during this sort of initial call with the defendant, what, if anything, did you hear sort of in the background of that call?
That first call? I don't think I heard anything in that.
Your memory exhausted as to that?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
May I approach you with this?
Yes.
And ma'am, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place the document before you.
Mhm.
I'm going to direct your attention to this second paragraph on the page. If you could just read that to yourself.
Okay.
I mean, so
Oh,
yeah,
okay, yeah. I didn't know if that was the.
Karen's calling the whole world to find out where
Yes.
John is, including people
Oh,
that
yeah,
she
sorry.
knows John is close to.
So, Ms. Camerano, after reading what I just placed before you, is your memory refreshed as to what, if anything, you heard in the background of that
Yeah,
initial call?
I could hear Kaylee in the background.
And you hang up on that call, and then what did you do?
Call Michael. And
At any point when you're calling Michael, I think you said you felt like it was about 100 times, did your husband Michael answer the phone?
he
at
never
any point?
answered. No.
And so after you called your husband many times, he didn't answer. What did you do?
I called either Karen's phone or Kaylee's phone back. I texted John, I think, twice. And then I could, whoever's phone I called, I could hear Jen in the background, that someone had called Jen too.
So you were speaking on the phone with either the defendant or Kaylee, correct?
Yep.
And you could hear someone named Jen in the background?
Yep, I could hear her in the background.
And when you say you could hear someone,
Like it sounded, sorry.
no. So just as far as Jen, who is that?
Jen McCabe. She was one of Madeline's basketball coaches, so I know her voice.
Heard her sort of voice on the sideline?
Yeah, yep.
Did you know her personally at all?
I knew her as Madeline's coach.
And at some point you were talking to Kaylee on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you were saying, Kaylee?
I was just saying to her, is everybody okay? And she said they're gonna go out looking for him. I think she said they were gonna go out looking, or she's gonna go out no one knows where he is. And then I think I like hung up with her. And then at some point I maybe texted Kaylee or called, and I said, is Karen out alone? And she said, no, she's with Jen and Kerry. So I said, okay, as long as they're not alone.
Now, the second phone call, you're talking to Kaylee and you can hear the defendant talking to Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And you hear one side of the conversation or both sides of the conversation?
I don't really recall exactly. I don't. I felt like it was just like a lot of like screaming, like he's not home. I don't really recall 100%.
But as far as the screaming that you heard that he's not home, do you recall whose voice that was that you heard saying that?
It was Karen.
And beyond that, as far as the conversation that you overheard, what, if anything, specific about that conversation in addition to that do you recall?
I don't.
And while these phone calls are going on, again, you're at work, correct?
Correct.
So what is it that you're doing sort of in relation to your job while these phone calls are going back?
I'm trying to like in between draw labs for my patients, and then I'm like going in the back room, texting or calling, and then I'd go back out to the desk, out to the patients.
You mentioned that the defendant was sort of screaming when she was talking to you on the phone and you heard her in the background when you were talking to Kaylee.
Yep.
Could you describe sort of, or how would you describe sort of her, and by her I mean the defendant's demeanor while you heard her on the phone?
She was just like frantically screaming. Just screaming. Where's Mike?
Now, during this time, you're sort of working, you're dealing with patients, and you're going back and forth with patients on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition to speaking on the phone with the defendant and then with Kaylee, who, if anyone else, did you reach out to or did you talk to that point?
I talked to Carrie Roberts in the morning at some point. I don't know if I called her, she called me, and she said that I think that he was going to the hospital. And then I called my husband and told him that Kaylee was home alone and that he should go get her because she was at the house alone.
Is it your understanding that your husband, Michael, then went to Meadows to pick up Kaylee?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
Now, you mentioned that at some point you spoke to Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know Kerry Roberts?
I've known her since high school.
And as far as you grew up in the same town, is that correct?
No, I was friends with her cousin. So I had known her. And I've always known her. I've been friends with her for a while.
She's very, very anxious sitting on that stand. You can tell, like she's blatantly doing breathing exercises here.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
She's trying to stay calm. She's making a blatant, obvious effort to stay calm.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 48. And before I do that, I just need to show counsel what I'm showing you. Can I approach him?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48, specifically on page 22. With respect to that white box sort of towards the top of the page, you see a listing as sort of participants of that conversation.
Yes.
That's a text conversation.
Yes.
And who is sort of listed as the participant within that conversation?
Katie Camerano and JJ.
And is JJ another sort of name or nickname for John O'Keefe?
Yep.
And the content, there's two blue bubbles on the bottom of that page. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize the content of those bubbles?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
My text messages to him.
Those are text messages you just testified about as far as sending to John that morning.
Correct.
And both of them are from you with no response from Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And about what time are the two text messages sent to Mr. O'Keefe according to that document?
5:10.
May I approach this retrieve now?
Yes.
Mhm.
Now, Ms. Camerano, you had mentioned in your testimony that you had some phone calls or conversations with Ms. Reed on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, ma'am.
Mhm.
Just ask that you look at that and look up when you finish.
Yep.
And that document, do those seem to reflect the calls that you have between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, on that morning of the 29th?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure. Could I please see that?
Yeah, this is just totally pointless. Like, these are clearly people who miss John. They're also people who seem to not want to be in the middle of John and Karen's shit. And through their own observations, there didn't seem to be much shit other than, you know, a very, very minor thing that couples that would be expected from couples in their situation to have issues about. Very minor things. And they disagreed from time to time. That's not motive for murder. It's just not.
And so, Ms. Camerano, from that document, does that seem to be the phone calls and the timing of the phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed that morning?
Okay. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Right. This is what I'm trying to tell you, folks, is the defense, I would imagine that the defense is not objecting to this because it's making the jury hate the prosecution. That's what they want.
Thank you, Ms. Camerano.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could please just see if you could enlarge that just a little bit.
Mr. Mr. Lally, keep your voice up and step aside so all jurors could see this, please.
Yes. Just before we get to what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 51?
Yes.
No, Ms. Camerano, starting from sort of as far as the order of these, do you see sort of to and from and sort of date times on there?
Yes.
And does it appear as if the earlier times are sorted towards the bottom and then it goes on in time and chronology towards the top?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll to sort of the bottom of the box. Now, with reference to essentially there are 6 boxes, am I correct in that?
Correct.
And with regard to box 6, if you could just tell the jury sort of.
It says 1/29/2022, 4:49 a.m. to Katie Camerano, answered 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
And the box above that, number 5.
From, it looks like I called her at 4:56 on 1/29 for 2 minutes and 57 seconds, answered.
And the box above that, number 4, please.
I called her 5 a.m., 2 minutes and 4 seconds, answered. And then I called her again at 5:32 for 8 seconds. That was answered. And then I called her again at 5:34, was missed. At 5:34 was missed. And then I called her again at 6:44 and 49 seconds, and that was not answered.
Thank you. And approach just to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
You can take that down.
Thank you.
Now, with respect, Cameron, is your testimony that in addition to the phone calls that you had with the defendant, you also had some text back and forth that morning as well?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Cameron, I'm showing you a document, asking if you could just take a look at that and look up when you're finished.
Yep.
And do you recognize what that what's in that document?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text to Karen.
And with respect to the sort of first page of that, is there also similar to the ones I showed you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe? Is there a listing as far as the participants in that conversation?
Yes.
And who does it state?
It's Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll move to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then.
Of course, there's no objection. Because by the time Jen McCabe gets on that stand,
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would publish this on the screen for the jury as well.
Okay.
I mean, by the time Carrie Roberts gets on that stand, the jury's already going to just
Now,
hate the
Ms. Camerano,
prosecution.
If I could direct your attention to sort of the content of this, there's blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there an indication on there as far as who the message is from and who the message is to?
The blue bubbles would be me texting Karen.
And if you could, starting with the first bubble on page 1, if you could just describe to the jury, and we'll sort of go through it as far as who the text is from and what the content is.
That's from me. I'm asking Karen, are you okay?
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And this next bubble.
Go back home so you're safe with Kaylee. He will end up home. I bet he's on someone's couch.
And the next bubble down, Ms. Gilman.
What's going on, Karen?
If you could scroll down a little further, Ms. Gilman.
I'm driving around with Kerry and Jen.
And this is the text that you received
From-
Ms. Reed to yourself.
Yes.
And is there a time on that associated with when that text was sent?
I can't read that from there. 5:53, does it say?
5:53 a.m. Is that correct?
Oh, 5:53, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message.
Okay, is one of them driving?
And just to be clear, this is you texting. Ms. Reed.
I'm texting Karen, yes. Is one of them driving? And then
And why were you texting that, or why were you concerned about that?
because she was so hysterical, I didn't want her driving.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next message. And what, if any, response did you receive from Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Interesting she didn't say drunk.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Very interesting. She said hysterical and not drunk.
And I said, okay, keep me posted.
Gilman, if you could scroll down.
At his brother's or mom's ? Or the station he works at.
Both of those messages, about what time were those?
6 a.m.
And what, if any, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down, and then what, if any, response did you receive from the defendant, Ms. Reed, following those texts?
I don't think so. His bro is in West Bridgewater, W. Bridgewater.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down again. The next message, ma'am.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm just brainstorming.
The next green bubble, ma'am.
It's okay.
And the blue bubble below that.
Any luck?
And that was a text you sent at approximately what time, ma'am?
6:34.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the next. And what was Ms.
Then-
Reed's response?
He's dead.
And again, at what time did you receive that text message from
6:34.
Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down? Yeah,
What, Karen? Are you serious?
that's a blue bubble, your response.
Look at how cold Lolly is
Yes.
in asking these questions. It's a terrible
And
lawyer.
then, Karen, do you have any idea where he is, or did you find him?
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down one more time.
He was in the snow.
And that last message that you received, what time was that?
That was at 6:36.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Yeah, Lolly is ice cold in asking these questions to a woman who's trying to fight tears because she lost her friend.
Following that text message, the last one about 6:34 a.m., what, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant that morning?
Nothing.
What, if any, other communication did you have with the defendant since then?
None.
Now, as far as any of the other people that you spoke of, as far as talking to that morning, Ms. Roberts or Kelly, did you have any further conversation with them in regard to what was going on?
No.
If I may have just one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
Mrs. Camarado.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. To Mr. Lally last point, after that series of text messages that you had early in the morning on January 29th, 2022, you said you didn't hear from Miss Reed or didn't have any communication with her after that. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you reach out to her text message wise?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that her phone had been seized shortly thereafter from her?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Camerano. Oh, there's nothing else, Mr. Lally, right?
No.
All right, Ms. Camerano, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Kurt Roberts to the stand.
Do solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Just nice and loud into that microphone, thanks. Great.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kurt Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
And your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26 years.
And your wife, Carrie, does she work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's a executive assistant.
And do you know about how long she's been doing
I think about 18 years.
it? And if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And do you recall anything about what you were doing? Do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me?
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
Yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out to you?
Michael Camerano and John O'Keefe.
And starting with Michael Camerano, how do you know?
I grew up with him since 6th grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since then.
Yes,
How would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. Camerano?
we're friends.
And does Mr. Camerano, does he have any children around the age of your 2 children?
Yes, he is, I believe, a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, did they do any sort of activities together?
They did. They played baseball together.
Now, you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John O'Keefe?
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in my neighborhood. And my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his sister and brother-in-law lived, where was that in relation to where you lived?
An eighth of like not far, very easily walking distance, maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the two, his niece and nephew.
So his niece and nephew from the couple that had passed away.
Yes.
And you had a niece named Kaylee, is that correct?
Yes.
A nephew named Patrick.
Yes.
And with respect to his nephew Patrick, how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camerano's?
Same age.
And as far as the activities,
Same.
baseball and stuff.
Same baseball team. Yep.
So all three of the kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes.
Now, at some point,
Right, it made total sense that they hung out.
move away from that house that was.
He did. He did. He moved to One Meadows.
And sort of from your house, where was that in relation to your house?
Probably 2 or 3 miles. A lot further away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved over to Meadows?
Oh, maybe 2019, maybe. I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, over the course of through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know someone by the name of Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John.
Now, as far as what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand.
Who was Miss Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
Just ask it like that, dude. I didn't understand that shit either.
With respect, and just so we're clear as far as what we're talking about, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's seated right there.
And again, just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
By the witness. Thank you. Now, as far as their relationship, that, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No.
And sort of vice versa, as far as your relationship?
He said no the same way the other guy did.
No.
Now, with regard to
We don't do that, dude.
particular evening, January 28th, 2022, you mentioned at some point that Mr. Camerano and/or Mr. O'Keefe reached out to you.
They did.
And what was that in regard to? What was that conversation?
They reached out. They were at McCarthy's, the bar in Canton Center, and they wanted me to come up. And I was saying, I didn't want to. I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming. And then he called me a pussy.
Pussy.
And I'm sorry. I can't let that happen. So I had to go up there.
Oh, I love this guy.
Who was that called you that?
It was Michael Camerano.
Let the record reflect. Okay.
Oh, I fucking love this guy.
You receive that text and you go to CF McCarthy's, is that right?
That's right.
And you mentioned that's in Canyon Center.
Yes.
And about how far a drive is that from your house to CF McCarthy's?
2.5, maybe 3 miles at best.
And do you recall about what time it was that you received that now infamous text and you go make your way to CF McCarthy's?
Yes, it was about 20 past 8.
Is that a place that you had been to before?
Not often, but I have been there before.
When you arrive to CF McCarthy's, who, if anyone, that you know is sort of there when you get there?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
And if you could, for the jury, just describe sort of what you know of sort of the inside of CF McCarthy's as far as you walk in the door and what is the layout of the bar?
Walk in the door, go to the left, and the bar's right in front of you. It's a big square bar. And then the bathrooms are in the back, and there's tables off to the left.
And where in relation to the bar and the tables and what you described were Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano when you arrived?
And walking to the left, they were on my left.
And the area where you came up to and where they were, is that essentially sort of the same area that you and the group that you were with stayed in for most of the night?
Yes.
And if you recall, so you went out to a bar, fair to say you had something, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were drinking that night?
I believe it was Bud Light.
Do you recall whether that was draft or a bottle?
Of course it was.
It was a bottle.
That's sort of typically what you would drink when you go out?
Back then, yes.
And with regard to Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what they were drinking that night?
I believe the same as me. I believe. I wasn't much paying attention to that, but that's what they normally would drink.
With the with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 50, the CF McCarthy video.
Okay.
Oh my God, dude, the CF McCarthy videos again. So what?
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the second video. And if I could ask you to push it forward to 34 minutes and 10 seconds. If you could pause it there just for a moment. Now, Mr. Roberts, direct your attention to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 50. Also, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk in front of you. So if you just click on that button and point it in a direction, you can sort of highlight it. So if I could ask you, first of all, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as Exhibit 50?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I see John right there and Michael right there.
And does this appear to be consistent with what you recollect as far as the interior of CF McCarthy on January 20th?
Yes.
And this area that you just pointed out to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano is that the area where you just testified to they essentially were during the time that you were?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you can see sort of what he's wearing in this video. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the clothing, at least as far as you can see, is that the clothing that you observed Mr. O'Keefe to be wearing that night?
Yes, that was what he was wearing.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just to play this from the 34:10 mark until 35. Pause there just a moment. The gentleman that just came in through the door, do you recognize him, sir?
Yes, I do.
And who do you recognize him?
That's me.
So that was about the time that you arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just continue it for another 30 seconds. Directing your attention still up to the screen, Mr. Roberts, there's another individual around yourself, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, was that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize who that person is?
At the time, I didn't know. He doesn't look the same in this picture right now, but I believe it's Sully.
And that's someone at this time on January.
Oh, Sully. You know Sully.
No, I did not.
You now do?
I do now. Yes.
Okay. Who do you know him to be in relation to sort of yourself and Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I know his son plays baseball on my son's baseball team. And I met him that night. We were talking.
This would have been the first time that you had met this person you now know as Sully.
Yes.
Thank you. Now,
Sully from the bar.
with reference to this evening, at some point, if anyone else sort of came into the bar and joined your group,
Karen Reed.
and that was sometime after you had initially arrived, is that
I
correct?
believe so. Yes. It was after I had already been there, I believe.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, from the same exhibit, but going to the fourth video down. And if I could ask you to bring it up to 22 minutes and 20 seconds. If you could just pause. Now, as far as Ms. Reed, you see Ms. Reed in this video?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed.
Right there.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you were, fair to say, a little reluctant to come out that evening, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as timing, about how long was it that you stayed at CF McCarthy's before you left?
It's a good hour. 1 hour.
An hour or so?
So I was home by about 10:15. I was home.
And if you recall, about how many beers did you have while you were there?
Probably 3 or 4.
And what you were drinking, was that, as far as amount was concerned, was that the same, less, more so than sort of the other people that you were with?
Probably one more. I would think. I kind of drank them kind of fast because I was taking off.
So you may have lapped them by a round or something?
Sure. Yes.
Now, you mentioned what you and Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano were drinking. What, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed to be drinking at that?
It was a clear glass with probably a lime in it. I'm assuming a vodka tonic, maybe. I'm not positive what it was, but it was a clear glass with.
And from your prior sort of interactions or socialization with Ms. Reed, is that something that she would typically drink?
Yes, I guess I would say.
And about what time was it, again, that you left?
I think I left about 10 o'clock. It took me a few minutes to get home. So.
And with regard to when you left, did you sort of announce that to anybody, or how did you?
I usually don't, because then I'll have to deal with it again. But we walked out. Me and Michael Camerano, I believe, about the same time.
Where you going, you
I might
fucking
have been
pussy? You
a
just
minute or
got
two
here.
before him, that's all.
You just fucking got here. What are you doing?
So you sort of exit, and
It's
then
not okay.
At some point in time around. the
Wasn't
time
me.
that you left, Mr. Camerano left as well.
That's right.
And Ms. Gilman, from what's up here as Exhibit 50, if I could ask you to just play from this point, so about 22 minutes and 50 seconds.
Fucking Sully's here. You leaving? You fucking leaving? Who the fuck is Sully? Fucking Sully. You just got here. You fucking leaving?
And thank you, Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Correct?
I believe so, yes.
So fair to say that was about the time that you left. During the time that you were at McCarthy's with this group, including yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, and Ms. Reed, how would you describe sort of the general tone or demeanor of the group while you were there?
Everything very, very normal. Just a few friends out having some drinks. Nothing that stands out.
No arguing, no anything?
No.
And as far as the clothing that I asked you about with regard to what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, when you were there that night, did you notice anything as far as tears in the clothing or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No, I didn't notice anything.
And when you were there and you were talking to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything about him did you note as far as his face or anything else that you could see?
Nothing, no.
Now, once you left, where did you go?
I went home.
And do you recall when you got home? I think you've already said it, but about what time was it that you got?
But I think 10:15 would be my best guess.
When you got home, who, if anyone else from your house, from your family, was there?
I believe my wife and kids were there. They're up in bed, but they weren't downstairs.
And at some point, did you go to bed that evening?
I did.
And about what time was it?
Probably I saw the snow start coming down. Probably 11:30, 12, maybe midnight.
And about the time you mentioned that you had been aware that there was a storm coming, correct?
Yes.
About the time that you went to bed around midnight or so, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you look outside or see anything?
It was snowing. So
And in relation to that, what, if anything, could you hear while you were in the house, sort of making
oh,
your way to bed?
the wind was hitting the windows. You just knew it was a storm.
Now, you go to sleep with your wife, correct?
That's right. Yes.
The next morning on the 29th, what, if anything, is it that wakes you up?
A voice on my wife's phone was yelling, like screaming, frantic it wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that?
And initially, did you recognize that
The
voice?
fuck is that screaming?
I didn't recognize it, but I just couldn't make out the words. But it was just a screaming.
And could you hear anything as far? You couldn't make out the words?
I couldn't make out no.
And at some point, did you recognize that voice or come to find out who was on the other end of the phone?
Yes, I did. It was Karen Reed.
And about what time of the morning was that?
I see 5 o'clock would be a good guess.
And as far as you wake up, you hear the screaming, what happened?
My wife gets up. She starts getting all crazy and then putting her clothes on and running out. I'm telling her not to go because the weather was pretty bad at that point. And of course, she goes.
So she doesn't listen to you and she continues to get dressed and go?
Yes.
And you say the weather was bad at that point. Can you expound upon that as far as what you
It was snowing. It was snowing. It was very windy. It was snowing heavy.
And your wife, Carrie, did she say where she was going?
Said, John's missing, and I got to go. I don't know exactly what she said, where she was going.
From the time that you initially sort of wake up around 5 a.m. or so to the screaming on the phone to the time that your wife, Ms. Roberts, leaves your house, how much time had elapsed between those two things?
By the time I woke up until she left, I'd say 15 minutes.
And when your wife leaves the house and she's driving, is that correct?
She was.
And do you recall which car she took?
She took her car, Ford Explorer.
That's an SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what color the Ford Explorer
It,
was?
it's gray.
Now, after she leaves, when is the next time that you spoke to your wife?
She called me. She called me on the phone. I forget. I can't really recall exact times now. They tell me that they found John. He's in the ambulance. They bring him to the hospital, and she was going to get Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
And by Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John and John's parents.
And did you know John's parents?
I did.
And did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in an ambulance and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And after you heard that, what is it that you did next?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway, got it ready because I knew she's going to come home in a mood.
To clear your driveway.
So she could, yes, because it was, yes.
Now, when you go out to clear the driveway at the time that your wife calls you, about how much snow was in the driveway at that point?
I'd say there was drifts of at least a foot or so. It was pretty good. It was a lot. Tough to get the car in.
And if you know about what time was it that your wife returned home that day?
8 o'clock. I don't know exact time.
And when you say 8 o'clock, you mean 8 o'clock in the morning or night?
A.M.
8 a.m. If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Roberts, you and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
That night that you went out to CF McCarthy's, where you were sort of pressured or goaded into going out, you did get a chance to observe John O'Keefe at the bar, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you ever see him wearing a puffy jacket?
Never.
Did you ever see a puffy jacket around his chair that he was sitting in?
Not that I recall, no.
Ever see him holding a puffy jacket?
No.
Now, you noticed on the video, one of the last videos that Mr. Lally played for you, that prior to your making the Irish exit there, you did have some interaction with Karen Reed, correct?
I believe so at the end.
You saw that the two of you were at one point face to face.
I did for a brief.
Yes, it
brief.
was, maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
It does.
And when you were face to face, you were looking at her and she was looking at you, correct?
Yes.
And there was some type of interchange between the two of you?
Maybe I was just saying bye. I don't recall. I don't
Yeah, you
know.
probably don't remember the specifics of
No, I
what
don't.
the conversation was, but there appeared to be some type of small conversation.
I saw her from the video, yes.
And while you were speaking to her, you had no indication that she was slurring her words in any way, correct?
I didn't think so, no.
No. Her eyes didn't appear to be bloodshot and glassy, correct?
Correct.
She wasn't swaying or stumbling in any way, correct?
Correct.
She didn't appear to be confused in her thinking or her speech.
She did not.
She appeared to be normal, correct?
Yes.
There was nothing about her demeanor or her interaction with you that would lead you to believe that she was under the influence of alcohol at that time.
No, not.
And during the time that you spent with them at the bar, you didn't see any evidence of any problems between Karen and John O'Keefe?
I did not.
No arguments or bickering or anything like that?
No.
Neither one of them was complaining about the other, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to see any of the affection between the two of them, either physically or with regard to what they were saying?
I didn't see any.
Seems like you were more concentrated on.
I was talking with the guy.
We're talking with Mike at the bar.
Sure.
But you had known Karen, or at least known of her, and had some interactions with her for, I believe your testimony was about a year or two.
Yes.
During that time, there was some interaction with Karen at your house because there were pickups and drop-offs that had to be made.
Yes.
And you would see that, Karen had been to your house when you were there, specifically to pick up your son, correct?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
I don't recall. Not. I don't think.
Times?
Maybe. And she.
And she would pick him up to either take him to school or sports or some activity,
I
correct?
believe it was normally like the baseball, maybe. I believe. I don't know. I don't arrange that stuff. My wife takes care of that, so I don't arrange for the pickups, and it's usually my wife does that. So I can't tell you exactly what it was for.
No, I understand. I'm just getting the fact that you were present when these pickups occurred.
Yes.
And that would be because Karen was sort of shuttling, either Kaylee or Patrick to events, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an intersection specifically with regard to Patrick and your son, she would take both of them, correct?
Yes.
And
So she was attentive.
Observations.
Got along with John.
Reed, during that 1 or 2 years that you would come into contact with her, the contact you had was mainly surrounding what happened with the kids, correct?
Yeah, I would say mainly.
And she appeared to be responsible, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Sure. She appeared to be caring toward the kids, did she not?
Objection.
Overruled.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Beverly, the issue here is that I bring this witness up and I establish everything I need to establish with the witness, and then cross-examination comes and they make it their witness, and I don't understand why that's happening, Judge Cannoni. It doesn't make sense to me how I can bring up a witness and then the defense automatically somehow just makes them their witness. It makes no sense. And I have an objection to this. I have a clear and concise objection to this, Judge Cannoni. I don't think that this is fair. I think that this is a sham, and this clearly is not exactly what I plan to do with this witness. And I don't think it's okay for the defense to use this witness to prove that the defendant had a good relationship with John O'Keefe and the children that he cared for. It's not productive to my case. And I think that he's manipulating the jury, and I think it's disgusting. And I demand that you put a stop to this immediately, or you're not getting a check from Michael Morsi's office anymore. I'm cutting you off.
I mean, what the fuck does this guy think is going to happen here? Did he not prep these witnesses? Did Lolly not prep his own witnesses to testify? This makes no sense to me. I've never seen a worse prosecution in my life. I've never seen anything that even resembles a worse prosecution. There's not even another case that I can compare it to, that I could be like, oh man, this kind of reminds me of. No, nothing reminds me of anything. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Just one question for you, just to sort of alter the last question that I asked you. From your read on this, it appeared to you as though Karen was caring for the kids and caring about them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, just one question, sir. As far as your observations of Miss Reed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and in regard to the children, that was what you observed, correct?
That's right.
And so as far as what, if anything, went on behind closed doors or in their relationship, you weren't really privy to that?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Nothing further,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
Mr.
So,
Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
so basically, I called
next
you up
witness,
here
Mr.
for
Lally?
no reason at
Yes,
all.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Miss Rebecca Traers to the stand.
Rebecca, what?
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case hearing here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And just keep your voice up, please.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and just spell your last name for the jury?
Rebecca Trayers, Trayers.
Ms. Traers, what do you do for work?
I am a bartender.
And where is it that you work as well?
Waterfall Bar and Grill
And where is that located?
in Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you worked there in that capacity?
About 7 years.
And in relation to where in Canton, Massachusetts is the waterfall located?
In the center.
And is there a typical sort of shift or nights that you would work in regard to working at the waterfall?
At the moment, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
And when you work sort of the nights, what time is it sort of that you start and what time is it that you typically quit?
The shift starts at 5 and we are by volume. So it's once like people start leaving, generally around 10 to 11.
And sort of what is the latest that, based on volume, if people are sort of hanging around in the bar, when would you sort of, last call, turn the lights on kind of thing?
12:45 is the latest that we could do last call.
Now, during the shifts that you work, about how many people, or like what does sort of the staff look like in regard to sort of your evening shift?
For upstairs, there's typically like 2 of us with a couple of food runners.
And with regard to entertainment, does the waterfall have certain nights of entertainment, sort of live entertainment within?
Fridays and Saturdays.
And what kind of entertainment would be there on a Friday or Saturday?
Bands.
Is that sort of the same bands over and over? Or is it sort of different bands as it goes?
They rotate throughout months.
Now, were you working at the waterfall in that capacity around or on January 28th, 2000?
Do you ever have Billy Joel piano nights?
And let me ask you, stepping back for a second, just more general questions. What time does the waterfall typically open?
Open like 11 a.m.
So basically 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. or based on volume when you close?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the waterfall, if you could just sort of describe I know it's located in the Canton Center area, but what kind of building is it? What, if anything else, is sort of around it?
It's in a condo unit.
So in a condo sort of complex?
Yeah.
And is there a parking lot associated with both the complex and with the waterfall?
Yes.
And as far as entrances and exits, how many of those each are there?
4.
And what is sort of the typical entrance that people would come in?
There's typically 2, one in the front and then one on the back by the patio.
And so the one by the front is, where is that in relation to the parking lot?
It's right outside the parking lot.
And so if I walk into that front door over by the parking lot and come in, can you describe for the jury sort of the layout or like sort of how many tables, what kind of tables that you observe there?
When you initially walk in, you walk into like the lounge area. There's about 7 or 8 high tops and then probably 4 or 5 low tops. And then right beyond that is the bar area, which leads into the patio. And we have 2 back rooms also, but those aren't typically used.
And as far as high tops and the low tops, starting with the low tops, about how many chairs would typically be around the low top table?
4.
And as far as high tops, how many chairs?
6 and 2. We have both.
Now, is there, in addition to being a bar, is it also sort of a restaurant to serve food?
Mhm.
And is there sort of a, how is that staffed as far as the kitchen staff?
In the kitchen, there's typically 2 cooks at a time. That's downstairs.
And could you share your P&Ls for the last quarter?
Your duties and sort of responsibilities as a bartender, what is it that you do?
I serve drinks and take food orders.
Now, are there people, do you have sort of regular customers that come in on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
With respect to the bar, is that sort of a full service bar?
What would full service be?
4 questions. Let me rephrase. So you have beer and wine, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there sort of mixed drinks and cocktails and things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Now, when it comes to the glassware that the waterfall has, where does that typically, where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it? Is that what you're asking? Typically a Restaurant Depot.
Wow.
And is there like a certain type of, well, let me start that. So if you're getting something that's either a draft beer or wine cocktail.
What the fuck difference does it make who their wholesaler is, dickhead?
Have any reflection in the type of glass you would receive?
For the most part, yes.
And as far as if you're, let's say, getting a non-alcoholic drink, how would that typically be served?
In a pint glass.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
A pint glass.
Thank you.
And if you were getting a mixed drink or a cocktail, how would that typically be? What kind of glass would that typically be served?
In like a shorter one.
And the shorter sort of cocktail glass, as far as the weight of that, would that be heavier or less heavy than the pint glass?
The same.
And as far as the sort of thickness of that cocktail glass, would it be thicker at the bottom or thicker at the top or something?
We have different short glasses, but the bottoms are typically heavier in glasses.
Can you describe the girth of the shaft as opposed to the actual head of the glass, please? And don't answer that, Cherry, please. I just need the bartender to answer that.
Evening of January 28, 2022. Do you recall whether or not there was any sort of musical entertainment in the bar that night?
There was a band.
And do you recall the name of the band or what kind of music they played?
No.
But it was a live band, is that correct?
Yep.
And when a live band is performing at the waterfall, where is it in regard to the layout that you were just describing that band would typically set up?
When you walk into the building, it's left of the high tops. There's like a small alcove. We move tables for them.
And once the band is done, what, if anything, do you do with that space once the band clears out?
We put the tables back.
Now,
Our bar is actually a condo, so we don't necessarily have a stage.
Familiar with whether or not there's any sort of security or camera recording in there?
There's cameras.
And as far as the cameras are concerned, do you know sort of where they're situated in relation to the bar?
For the most part, yes.
And fair to say there's at least some interior cameras and some exterior, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this specific evening of January 28, 2022, have you had occasion to see some of that video from that particular evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit a copy of the surveillance video from the waterfall.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor. We would love for the jury to see that Karen Reed was absolutely not intoxicated. I still think Karen was drunk, though. Just saying.
You know, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just certain small portions of that at this time.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you, Susie B.
Ask for just the first video with the label as far as channel 1. If you could just pause right there. Now, Ms. Traers, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize generally what that is?
Yes.
And what are we looking at?
Waterfall parking lot.
And so this is the parking lot that you were referring to as sort of the front door that leads out to the parking lot for both the condo place and for the bar.
Yes.
And the video, as far as you're aware, is date and time stamped, and those dates and times are accurate, correct?
The
If you
date,
know.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from channel 3, the first video associated with channel. And if you could just pause there. So Ms. Traers, before you, I think on that desk should be a laser pointer.
Mm-hmm.
So basically all you need to do with that is just click the button on top and then point it at the screen if and when I ask or anybody asks.
Okay.
So again, what's up on the screen right now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The lounge area of Waterfall.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention first to that area that you were speaking about where a band would normally perform.
Let's find it right here.
And that's where the band was that night.
Yes.
And the high tops and low tops, if you could direct the jury's attention to where those would be located.
So these are the 6 people ones, the 2 people, and then low tops.
And as far as the bar area, or sort of where you would be situated within the establishment when you're working as a bartender, whereabouts, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that.
All the way back here.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Could you give us the band's set list, please?
Bar area is what kind of table or what, if anything, is closest to the bar?
High top.
Now,
They usually play a lot of Zach Brown, but once everybody gets really drunk, they play Kenny Loggins' Footloose, and then Violent Femmes, Blister in the Sun, because it gets all the white people dancing, and then they drink more.
and if you could pause there for a second. Now, Ms. Traers, directing your attention up to the video for the, up to the screen for the video that's now up there. You recognize this to be the waterfall as well?
Yes.
The timestamp on it says 1:29:12:01. Is that the AM? Is that correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that or what, if any, difference do you know sort of about the lighting in this video versus the one from earlier about 10:30 p.m.?
This one's brighter.
And why is it?
We are getting ready to close.
You would have turned the lights on at that point?
Yes.
And
They played Semisonic's closing time because we thought it was a really original idea.
Cleaning up.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to push this forward to about 15 minutes and 45 seconds. And Ms. Traers, from the date and time stamp up there, about what time is this? Does it say on the screen?
12:16 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this from this point to about 16 minutes and 8 seconds. Pause there just a moment. The individual sort of walking from the top of the screen down towards the bottom, towards that front door area. Is that where the front door is?
Yes.
And if you could, just for the jury, just using the laser pointer, direct their attention to where that front door is.
Right here.
You recognize who that person was?
Yep.
Okay. Who
Yes.
was that?
That's me.
You were basically taking the trash, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through to that 16 minutes. You can stop there and you can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Now, from that evening of January 28th, 2022, I'm going to ask just a couple of people's names and then ask if you know them or recognize them as far as sort of people that you've seen in that establishment before. Okay. First, with respect to John O'Keefe.
I know of him.
And was he someone that you had seen in the waterfall before when you were working there?
A couple times.
Did you know him specifically by name, or did you just sort of know him as a familiar face?
First name.
And what is it typically that, you know, as a bartender, what is it typically that he would sort of order or get when he was?
I couldn't tell you. Don't know.
I'm just asking as far as beer versus cocktail versus whatever else.
I'm a millennial bartender,
beer.
so we don't pay attention to what our patrons actually
And,
drink.
do you recall seeing him in the waterfall on January 20th?
Yes.
And could you describe what, if any, interaction you had with him or when about that was in the evening?
He came up to order a beer.
And at the end of the night, there was one group that was sort of the last group to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where were they sort of situated in the bar?
The high top, yeah, in the lounge closest to the bar.
And what, if any, association did you see with Mr. O'Keefe with regard to that group?
I believe he was standing with them.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And ma'am, if you want, so that microphone, you can move anywhere, wherever is most comfortable. Thanks. Now, were you familiar with anybody as far as a female party that would accompany Mr. O'Keefe to the waterfall on that or prior occasions?
No.
And had you seen Mr. O'Keefe in there with or without any sort of female companionship?
Previously?
Yes.
No. Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware.
Mhm.
Now, with regard to Christopher Alwood, did you know him?
I know of him.
And you're familiar with him as far as someone who came into the waterfall on occasion?
On occasion, yes.
About how often would he be in?
Once every few months.
We know him as the don't order a pizza from that guy.
I actually don't remember.
And anybody, as far as anybody else from the Albert family, as far as Brian Albert, were you familiar with him?
I know of them.
And do you recall him being there on January 28th?
Yes.
And where was he in relation to the group that was at the high top table closest to the bar?
Same area.
And who, if anyone else from that group, did you recognize or did you know on that evening?
The only people I would have recognized would be Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's wife.
And do you even know what Brian Albert's wife's name is?
I forget.
And Mr. Hicks, is that someone that you had seen in there on prior occasions?
On occasion, yes.
And as far as Mr. Brian Albert, is that someone that you had seen there on prior occasions as well?
Same, on occasion.
And had you seen Mr. Higgins and Mr. Brian Albert there together on prior occasions as well?
Yes.
I may have just one moment.
Okay.
Now, at some point following that evening of January 28th, do you recall troopers from the state police coming to the waterfall, speaking with you and speaking with the owner of the waterfall?
I spoke with them, not at Waterfall.
And are you at least aware that they received from the establishment not only the video, but some receipts from that evening as well?
Yes.
And have you seen those receipts on some prior date?
One.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yes, I got a call from Elizabeth Proctor, and she said
Yes.
that she would tell my manager that she'd have me fired if I didn't testify here today.
What those appear to be?
Yes.
And obviously, you work at the waterfall. You've seen receipts that are generated by the establishment before, correct?
Yes.
Do those appear to be receipts from the waterfall?
Yep.
Is there any sort of date?
I'm sorry. Was there a yes or no answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with respect to the receipts that I've placed before you, do they have a date on them?
Yes.
And what is the date?
1/28/22.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Mr. Ayers, just one last question. With regard to some of the people that I'd asked you about, as far as Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Christopher Albert, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Gianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
We've never met, correct?
No.
You had been a bartender at the waterfall for how many years?
About 7.
And that was prior to January of 2022 or you've now been there for 7 years as of today.
As of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the Waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places.
In what towns or cities?
A couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to moving to the Waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the Waterfall?
Prior to the Waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton. I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family.
Correct.
You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Why can't she
Can I
answer?
answer that?
Yes, you can
Yeah.
answer. You can answer.
Said overruled, so you can't.
I would say yes.
Okay. And how many members of the Albert family do you know either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean, obviously you're a bartender, and personally means that you know them in some other way.
It would only be professionally, and I'd say 3 or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
5 of them.
Okay. And if I asked you the names of
That's
the
a lot.
family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts, I can't remember their wives' names at the moment.
You know their wives by face?
Yeah. And then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And
Her bestie, Katie.
Specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a difference in age between the two of you? Is she closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert at the Waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named Brian Higgins there, correct?
Correct.
He was somebody that you recognized prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Did you know his name, specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night?
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when he'd been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the Waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct. So, Ms. Gianetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Treyes, I'm going to ask you to come back at 2, and the jurors will take lunch.
Okay.
Whereas if you would fold and leave your notebooks on the chairs, taking your property with you. All right, very out.
Fun stuff. Because, I mean, people, that is the prosecution's witness. And I guess what he was trying to do is establish. Let's see if there's anything said here. Bev's awful chipper today.
All right, thank you.
I'm in recess.
I guess she's on the sunny side of manic today. That's good. It's good to see. So I guess what the prosecution was trying to establish, giving Lolly the benefit of the doubt, was that she didn't know any of the Alberts personally, had no reason to testify in their favor, because she had only seen them professionally. She knew more of them than she knew them, and if she knew them, it was just because they were patrons at the bar. But okay. And so once you establish this, Lolly, then what? You know what I mean? Like, who gives a shit? At the end of the day, like, who really cares? And I think, like, Yannetti's kind of establishing this by just asking, like, okay, well, all right, well, you know these people, you've seen them here, you've seen them there, right? Okay. I am curious though where Yannetti's going to go with this, because he's going to ask about certain Alberts specifically. I'm curious as to who. I'm hoping that the name Colin comes up. I am hoping that the name Caitlin McLaughlin comes up. I'm just hoping. But we'll see. Now, lunch is probably going to be about an hour. I'm trying to think of something that we can go over in the meantime, because I don't want to end the stream and then start it over. A lot of creators are doing that, and that's cool. For me, it's just easier just to have it one long stream. But yeah. I mean, I could review, but there's not much to review. That's the whole point, is Lolly just called a bunch of witnesses up for nothing. Like, we already know that that John O'Keefe met up with Karen at the Waterfall Grill. We know this. And we heard testimony from this friend of his, Michael, and then Michael Camerano, his wife, Catherine, and they just seemed like really nice people who were shocked by the entire thing. They didn't have anything to contribute to establish motive against Karen Reed, because I mean, Karen Reed didn't have motive. Like, you're sitting here and you're trying to give me this Duncan motive. This Duncan motive is bullshit. You established, okay, well, they might have had disagreements about her spoiling the kids. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what you would expect. That is about as healthy of an argument as you can have with someone who is merely just trying to not cross boundaries with someone else's kids, especially in a situation where they're not even his kids. He's taking care of them. He's trying to win them over. And it's a delicate situation for him because he's trying to not spoil them, but at the same time, he doesn't want these kids to hate him and hate the situation that they're in, because they're dealing with a very difficult thing here. They lost both their parents, and now the John O'Keefe is taking care of them, and now he has this girlfriend who's in their lives. She's in a very, very touchy situation, and the only way that she knows how to show these children affection without crossing too many boundaries is by making friends with them and providing them, spoiling kids. That's what you do. That's what grandparents do, because they're like, okay, well, it's not my responsibility to raise these kids. I want to gain their trust, and I want to be someone that if they don't feel comfortable talking to John, they can come to me and talk to me. And I can make the decision of if it's vital to talk to the parent about it, because that's very important to have. I know that if I dated someone and I had my son with me, I wanted the person that I was dating to be someone that my kid would feel comfortable going to and talking to about things that they didn't feel comfortable talking to me about. That's an advantage to have. Of course, you want your kid to feel comfortable talking to you, but they're not going to feel comfortable talking to you about everything. So, it's good to have someone there who is in a unique position, and she's just trying to establish that, it sounds like. And to me, that's perfectly healthy. That's perfectly healthy. And John might have some problems with her methods of going about this. But this is a very standard thing that couples in this situation would argue about. It does not establish motive, in my opinion. So yeah, okay. What's going on with Grant here? All right. Let's take a look. I'm hearing that there's stuff going on with Grant. Okay, so Turtle Boy just posted something here on Twitter, and it says, I attempted to use my press pass for the first time at the Karen Reed trial, but was unable to get one of the 10 spots. An unemployed man with permanent body odor named Grant Smith Ellis reserved spots for Globe and Herald reporters so that I wouldn't be one of the first 10. To their credit, both reporters rejected the seats because they wanted nothing to do with Grant's childish drama. Okay, let me read that one more time. To their credit, both reporters from the Globe as well as from the Herald rejected Grant's seats that he reserved for them like a child because they wanted nothing to do with Grant's childish drama. I was the 8th person in line, but there were several empty seats for which station reporters that weren't arriving until later. WHDH is paying one guy $80 to sit in a chair overnight because all of the other smears didn't work. He apparently thinks rape is a trivial thing you can throw around. It's not. Real survivors of sexual assault are not believed because of people like him. Make no mistake, I will be getting in on Friday. On Thursday, we will have... do they not have... I thought they didn't have court on Friday. Did that change and I missed it? On Thursday, we all have... On Thursday, we will be having people sitting in chair reserved for me starting at the end of court, 1 p.m. We will take turns until I arrive in the morning. The system should not work like this, but until the court does something about this, we have to work within the confines of the system. So let's take a listen here. There is court on Friday. Okay. Why there is, and she's been saying that there isn't, I am sure I don't know. So hold on a second here. Okay. Full days, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I was confused about that. All right, let's show this real quick. Because this is obviously video of Grant that Turtle Boy posted here. Let's take a listen.
May allow Matt. You may leave the line to go to the bathroom. You may leave the line to go get food. You may be an accused rapist who admitted to their crime and sent a video of it to their victim, Lindsay Catani. You may do that. We may allow Matt Johnson or whoever the fuck to go to the bathroom or go get food. Okay. Fuck off.
So who put Boston 25's thing there?
Whoever the fuck worked for Ted Daniel and was here last night.
Okay.
You weren't here, were you? Were you here when Matt Johnson put that down? No. Were you here when he took a video? No. Matt Johnson because people work shifts. Get someone to fucking work
Well,
for
who's
you.
working the shift right now from WBZ? I don't see. I see
They're
nothing
over
showing.
there, you fucking
Okay.
moron.
Okay. Well, what about Court TV? Who's working that
Wherever the
shift?
fuck they went.
Okay. Okay.
You need to understand you control nothing here. You are at the whims of your colleagues who outvote and outnumber you by
Was there
a
really
lot.
a vote? Was there a
It's
vote?
not a vote, you moron. We're telling.
Okay, Grant's having a full-on meltdown. Dude, every time, like, I just tweeted something about Grant, you know, saying that I see the nice guy in him. You know what I mean? Like, and, you know, then you make me look stupid. Like, I tweeted something where I was like, I regardless of Grant's bullshit, I still see that there's a nice person inside him, man. You know, but apparently there's not. I give him the benefit of the benefit of the doubt as much as I possibly can, and then he pulls shit like this every single time. Like, and then I'm just like, it's absolutely ridiculous with this guy. Hold on, let's finish listening here.
Telling you with our eyes that
Who's
you
we?
are to respect the line.
Is that true? Is there a we here? Is there a vote that took place or something?
It's not a democracy, you moron.
Well, that's what voting usually is.
Right. It is a collective consensus that you may leave the line to go to the bathroom.
People get here and they put chairs because they're doing camera shots and they got to come back.
Yep.
So it's kind of understood that if you have a chair here,
Okay.
you got to.
So you can just come here at 7 o'clock and put
You
a
could
chair
come
here.
here
and
at
leave.
8 p.m. the night before.
I don't know. I get here at 4 a.m.
Okay.
and I'm paid by Channel 7.
Oh,
$80 an hour
don't
to be
even.
here.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't even engage with him.
No. So, all right. So, because I'm new to this. So.
No, you're not.
So if somebody's put the chair, like if I just happen to oversleep and come now, I don't have a right. If Curtis puts his chair here, I don't say, well,
We
Curtis,
don't cut.
I've been here every day at 4, but I overslept today.
I mean,
So all you have to do is just come here at 7 night before, put your chair
right,
first, and you can go back.
right. Bottom line here, if I'm Aiden at this point, I'm like, okay, well, if you could sit here, if you could put chairs here and reserve them, then why can't I? Like, Aiden has plenty of followers that I'm sure are absolutely willing to do this. So why can't Aiden just have people reserve a space for him? I mean, if this dickhead can do it, then why can't Turtle Boy? There's no reason why he can't do that. This is absolutely crazy that they're going through these measures. Like Grant is going through these insane measures to try to keep Turtle Boy out of the courtroom. Why? What is so bad about Turtle Boy being inside the courtroom? I don't understand. He can't say anything. You know what I mean? Like he could just sit there just like everybody else. That's all he can do is just sit there like everybody else. So fucking what? Let him sit there. Who cares? You know, like just sit there and stare at your fucking sticker covered laptop. I mean, that is insanely obsessive, Grant. It's insanely obsessive. You are insanely obsessed with throwing a monkey wrench into Turtle Boy's game here. And Turtle Boy is not wanting to do anything except sit in the courthouse. I mean, or in the courtroom. Because, I mean, he's going to do the exact same thing. The only difference that he's going to be able to make is that he's going to be able to describe the kind of expressions and reactions that the jury's having. Other than that, we're all seeing exactly what you're seeing. Other than the jury, we are seeing exactly what every single other person is seeing inside that courtroom. So what? I mean, I don't understand. Like, Grant, you look like a fucking psychopath, dude. Like, the fact that this is even a thing is mind-blowing.
Go
to
back
stay
home.
here.
You have to stay here.
They have crews that are
Well, who
here.
was staying here from Boston 25 News?
Oh, there was like 6 people here.
Was there 6 people from Boston 25 News here? Is that
Yeah,
true?
they're out doing
Live shots all fucking. You are a fucking moron.
Okay.
They literally
They literally sleep. Okay.
You are so dumb.
Yeah, like Turtle Boy is like trying to just assess what he needs to do. He's assessing the situation in order to make his next move. Okay. Goal here, get inside the courtroom. These people are camping out. Do I need to camp out? Okay, can I camp out? No, I probably can't. Can I get someone to camp out for me like Dickhead here has? So, okay, then I guess that's what I'm going to have to do. Like I can hear Turtle Boy's wheels turning in his brain right here, which is what anybody with common sense would do in his situation. While Grant is yelling and screaming and acting like a child, I'm assessing what's my next move. Okay. And I'm also going to become like hyper focused on making this guy shit and bleed himself in anger. like absolute, like he's so worked up, like he's giving Turtle Boy all of the ammunition that Turtle Boy needs, and Turtle Boy is now like, okay, I am now hyper focused on getting what I want, because not just getting what I want, it benefits me because I get what I want, but it also manages to piss this dude off to no end in the process. And so now I am going to get this done. This is what I'm going to do. Grant has no fucking idea who he's dealing with, and I'm going to show him, and I'm going to do it completely and totally legitimately. Baydane, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. I mean, this is Bodine, sorry. It's just crazy.
It's not even funny. You're not getting in. Just give up.
He's a person wrestling.
It bothers him so much. Look at this dude, bro.
I mean,
And you're certainly not stealing someone's spot because you didn't get here in time.
Bodine gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Congrats to Peter Silva, Craig C, Emma, A-Rom 26, and Eric Mulholland. Even Eric got one. The Twitter troll Eric even got a membership. Goodness. I'm glad you got one, because I'm going to eventually do a members only stream that you'll be allowed to attend. It'll be fun. Maybe you'll learn something.
By my count, I'm number 10.
No, you're.
Oh, and I got a. Actually, let me go over those in just a second.
11 or 12.
Well, I count 10 if Court TV's.
You may leave the line.
Okay, this is just very funny to me. All right, real quick, let me go over. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen, dude. I don't understand. I just don't understand people. Okay. I don't think I got any Cash Apps or new PayPals. And all right. So I think I know I just got a new Venmo. Okay, so I got another Venmo from Diane saying thank you, and I got another Venmo from Dina saying public information officer for media, with the phone number for the public information officer for media. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it, Dina. So yeah, if I need to contact them, I will. But this is insane. Like Grant is obsessed, and I mean obsessed, with keeping Turtle Boy out of the courtroom. It's Now, remember, Grant's mother is Wendy Murphy, who is also totally unhinged. If you watch her or Twitter and look at the things that she says, like, it's crazy. Like, I never hear any of her colleagues who are also attorneys say anything positive about her. Like, they all say that she's insane. So, like, again, I don't think that this dude, I mean, he's supposed to be on the spectrum, but I don't think that being on the spectrum is an excuse for him being an asshole. Because I know a lot of people on the spectrum who I've known a few people on the spectrum who are not assholes. So I don't think that he gets to use it as an excuse to be an asshole, which he clearly does. It's like a disclaimer on his Twitter where it says, disabled. Like, you're not disabled. I don't see someone who's disabled standing there. I see someone like being a Karen is not a disability. Okay. Being a Karen is not a disability. I'm going to say that one more time. Being a fucking Karen is not a disability. And what I'm watching here is no different than every other Karen video that I've covered on this channel. I go over Karen videos for fun. People who pull out their phones and go, oh, we got a Karen. And then they start filming them. And then I go over them just when I have nothing else to talk about. I have done it many times. This is what I'm looking at. This is a Karen video. Let's watch it again.
You may leave the line to go to the bathroom. You may leave the line to go get food. You may be an accused rapist who admitted to their crime and sent a video of it to their victim, Lindsay Gattani. You may do that. We may allow Matt Johnson or whoever the fuck to go to the bathroom or go get food.
Okay.
Fuck off.
So who put Boston 25's thing there?
Whoever the fuck worked for Ted Daniel and was here last night.
Okay.
You weren't here, were you? Were you here when Matt Johnson put that down? No. Were you here when he
Nobody
took the
seems
video?
to be here
No.
when Matt Johnson was here.
Because people work shifts. Get someone to fucking work
Well,
for
who's
you.
working the shift right now from WBZ? I don't see. I see
They're
nothing
over
there.
there, you fucking moron.
Okay. Well, what about Court TV? Who's working
Wherever
that
the
shift?
fuck they went.
Okay. Okay.
You need to understand you control nothing here. You are at the whims of your colleagues who outvote and outnumber you by
Was there really a
lot.
vote? Was there a
It's
vote?
not a vote, you moron. We're telling you with our eyes that
Who's
you
we?
are to respect the line.
Is that?
You just said it was a vote. Like, look, he's got Affleck mouth too. He's got Affleck mouth. Look at him. He's got Methfleck mouth. I mean, he just said it was a vote, and then he just said he was outvoted, right, Jerry? And then he's like, "It's not a democracy, you dipshit." Like, relax, guy.
Is that true? Is there a we here? Is there?
Hard to respect the line.
Is that true? Is there a we here? Is there a vote that took place or something?
It's not a democracy, you moron.
Well, that's what voting usually is.
Right. It is a collective consensus
Right. You just said you were outvoted, guy.
that you may leave the line to go to the bathroom.
People get here and they put chairs because they're doing camera shots and they got to come back.
Yep.
So it's kind of understood that if you have a chair here,
Okay.
you got to.
So you can just come here at 7 o'clock and put
You
a
can
chair
come
here.
here
And
at
leave.
8 p.m. the night before.
I don't know. I get here at 4 in the morning
Okay.
and I'm paid by Channel 7.
Oh,
$80 an hour
don't
to be
even-
here.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't even.
So, okay. So what this guy's saying right here is that he's paid by Channel 7. Like, he's a paid asser. That's what he is. Hey, we need an ass right now. We'll pay you to plant your ass in front of the. That's what this news station is doing. They're paying random people. Hey, we're looking for asses. Okay. Anybody who's willing to plant their ass in a chair to claim a spot inside the courtroom for hours and hours on end, we will pay you for that to ensure that we get a chair inside the courthouse, inside the courtroom. So that's what that guy's saying. He's like, they pay me, Channel 7 pays me $80 an hour to plant my ass here I would totally take the $80 an hour. I'd be like, dude, can I start as soon as court lets out the previous day? Can I do that? I would do that right now. I'd get on a plane for $80 an hour. I'd get on a plane right now. For a job that pays $80 an hour, I'd get on a plane right now. Like, I mean, so, but what's funny is that, like, Turtle Boy, I'm sure, has people that are willing to do it for free. I'll just plant a fucking chair here and say that this is for Turtle Boy TV Daily News. Seat is reserved for TV Daily News. And then Turtle Boy just rolls up in there just like he described in the beginning of this video. Or not at the beginning of the video, but in the caption for this video.
Even engage with him.
No, so all right, so because I'm new to
I gotta
this.
hear
So,
that
No,
one
you're
more time.
not. Even engage
Paid by Channel
here at
7.
8 p.m. the night before.
I don't know. I get here at 4 in the morning.
okay.
Right?
Paid by Channel 7.
Oh,
$80 an hour
don't
to be
even
here.
Okay, yeah.
Don't even engage with him.
$80 an hour.
All right, so because I'm new to this. So
No, you're not.
So if somebody's put their chair, like, if I just happen to oversleep and come now, I don't have a right. If Curtis puts his chair here, I don't say, well,
We don't
Curtis,
cut.
I've been here every day at 4, but I overslept today.
Are there other videos?
So all you have to do is just come here at 7
Oh
night
my
before,
God.
put your chair first, and you,
You
can
have
go
to
back
stay
home.
here.
You have to stay here.
They have crews that are
Well, who
here.
was staying here from Boston 25 News?
Oh, there was like 6 people
All right,
here.
was there 6 people from Boston 25 News here? Is that
Yeah,
true?
they were out doing
There's
live
live
shots over
shots
there.
all fucking. You are
Okay.
a fucking moron.
Okay.
They literally sleep there.
You're literally sleeping. Okay.
You are so dumb. It's not even funny. You're not getting in. Just give up.
He's a person wrestling.
Give up.
And you're certainly not stealing someone's spot because you didn't get here in time.
By my count, I'm number 10.
No, you're actually 11 or 12.
Well, I count 10.
I mean, dude, listen, if they ever make, I feel like it sucks. It sucks. I mean, yes, Dustin Diamond, rest in peace, but it sucks for the sake of, like, if they ever make a movie about all this, like, Screech would have been the perfect fucking Grant. You just hire Screech, but he's dead now. Dustin Diamond is no longer with us. Rest in peace. But he would have been the perfect Screech. Like, that would have been his ticket right back into, that'd have been it. I mean, this is so crazy. Like, you got to make Grant a character in the dramatization of all of this. You have to. This is fucking crazy. Let's see if there's more. Yeah, I'm not seeing hold on, sorry. Dude, I totally got to take Clever out in a second. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing other videos. Like, there's some of these videos I can't, like, play because they're copyrighted, but the only video of Grant that I see is that one. Let me see if I can find, maybe Grant posted something here. Great reporting here, Grant. Grant made sure to let us know that the bar opens at 11 a.m. and closes between 11 p.m. and 12:45 a.m. depending on customer volume. Like every fucking bar.
The waterfall is a condo complex with a parking lot, 4 entrances and exits. Whoopity doo. This is just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. This is the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. John C. Reilly could totally play Grant. He might be a little too old, but John C. Reilly could totally play Grant. It would be great. Like all he'd have to do, all John C. Reilly would have to do is just revive his character in Step Brothers. It wouldn't even be a stretch. Just revive his character in Step Brothers. That's it. They call me Dragon. That's it. You know, and just take away, you know, like 50% of any creativity that that John C. Reilly's character had in Step Brothers. That's all it would take. That's all it would take. Because at least John C. Reilly could write songs, you know, in that, like his character in Step Brothers could write songs. Or Tarantino, right? If you want to get down on these hairy balls, why don't you jump right in? It's a crotch rowdy right up in here. Yeah, at least Boston 10 just keeps it going. I mean, can you imagine the casting call for Grant? Can you fucking imagine? Just like there would be a casting call. There would be like audition videos. That would just be so good. I would love to see that. Like, please, God, man, if there is ever a movie made about this, like, I've got to get a hold of like the casting videos, like before they settle on whoever they get to play Grant. I got to see them all of them. I want to just go over every single one of them. I know. I'm trying to like, yeah. What's his name? The guy who played Dwight Schrute would be good too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave you guys with Karen's biggest fan while I take Clubber out real quick. Yo, I'm telling y'all, man, this trial and trying to diet, it's not working. Because I have not been following this diet at all. Like I did good for like a minute there, lost like 10 pounds. And I haven't really gained any of that back, but I'm not like burning fat the way I should be. And I'm already like looking at DoorDash like I'm already looking at like, and there's nothing healthy about DoorDash. There really isn't. Not in this area. Clubber's all hyper. Sorry it took so long. Like Clubber decided to take 100-year-long shit. And now he's just, light as a feather, running around like a crazy person all over my studio. Clubber, can you chill, please, dude? Please. I know I love you, but can you please chill? That would be really awesome. Can you not do that? Do you want to say hi to everybody? Come here. Come here. Come here. Chill out. Shh. Shh. Dude. It's okay, baby. It's okay, baby boy. No biting. No biting. Just kisses. Just kisses. Come here. Come here. No biting. You're going to knock over my coffee and everything, dude. Please. You got to chill out. Okay, Clubber, stop. Clubber? Oh, he's just going to wear himself out. Yeah, you must have lost like 5 pounds, buddy. Yeah, he's super excited right now. I love when he gets excited, mostly. Like sometimes it's like, dude, please, bro. Because what happens is like when he goes crazy, he's learning to like avoid certain things. Like notice he hasn't knocked down, knock on wood. Notice he hasn't knocked down the stuff behind me. So he's getting better about that stuff. But yeah, what's up, Dana? It's good to see you, buddy. Hey, baby boy. Did you get some water? Huh? Did you get some water, baby boy? Go get me a ball. Give me a ball. Give me a ball. Give me a ball. Give me a ball and I'll throw it to you. Go get me a ball. Come on. Give me a ball, buddy. Okay, stop, dude, because you're really strong and when you bite, it hurts. No. Okay, yeah, kisses only. See? Thank you. See? You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. I love you so much, dude. You said you. You're such a good boy. Oh, man. Hold on. Membership. Tracy Marie, thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah, now he's just chilling. All right, what am I gonna get? I'm not getting KFC. I'm not getting pizza unless they have the big New Yorker. No, they didn't bring that back, man. Otherwise, I hate Pizza Hut. Should I get pasta? I don't know. The pizza from this joint is actually pretty fucking good. Clubber, come on, dude. You just unplugged my computer, man. Sit down. Chill out. You're killing me right now, buddy. Okay. Dude. He is on it, bro. All right. Yeah, I just got some. That's what I'm doing. There we go. All right. So thanks to your Venmos, I just got me some ribs, y'all. I haven't had ribs in a minute. yeah, there's a thunderstorm right now in my area, and that has knocked out the internet. So hopefully we're good to go. Give me a second here, and I will bring back up the trial, or at least the courtroom. Let's refresh that. And it's still the fan, so we're good. We haven't missed anything. Thanks for sticking around and waiting to see what happens. It means the world to me that you guys stuck around. And now all I got to do is get back to trying to order food. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be off camera for a good a good portion of when they come back from court, because I ordered food that I have to eat like with my hands. It's gonna be really messy. So yeah, I'm not gonna let you guys see that. Is there a hold on? Is there a super chat dance? Hold on. Okay, no new super chats. Super chat dance only for super chats, not for Venmos, or Cash Apps or anything like that. That's just so I don't like totally annoy everyone who hates the super chat dance. So I have to limit it. I got ribs, Hans Gruber. I got something different because I like it's like, okay, am I gonna get a burger? Okay, am I gonna get McDonald's? Am I gonna get Burger King? Am I gonna get Hardee's? Am I gonna get, and then it's just it's like a lot of the same thing. So not only am I like getting like sick of the same unhealthy food, like not only am I getting sick of eating unhealthy food, getting sick of eating the same unhealthy food. But ribs are also very unhealthy, but you know, at least they're different. And so yeah, so I got like Ruby Tuesdays, and that's probably going to take a while, but there we go. There it is. There's the hack.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got.
Thank you, X Muffin Man. I appreciate it.
You don't have Hardee's in New England, but you have Carl's Jr., which is like the same. It's the same thing. It's the same company. I don't know. Just they call it Carl's Jr. where you are, but it's the same exact company. Just like Checkers and Rallies is the same. Same company. For some reason, they call it differently. Hold on. Here we go. We're back, folks. And I don't have that muted. Yes, I do.
You might need to step up and sit right down, and again, you've been previously on.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron.
Carl's Jr. either? Oh, you guys are missing out.
Good afternoon.
Some of you testified that you knew John O'Keefe as a prior customer in the bar, correct?
Correct.
And that particular night, John appeared to be in a good mood. Would you agree?
Yes.
In fact, John is a pretty good tipper.
I wouldn't really know.
But with regard to that particular night, there was one receipt that was introduced in Exhibit 54. You probably didn't take a close look at it.
No.
But if I suggested to you that there was a receipt for a total of $16.58 worth of drinks, and John put a tip down of $10, that'd be a pretty good tip, right? And do you need to see the receipt to confirm that, or?
No.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it depends on the tab, but
John's
yeah.
demeanor seemed fine. Would you agree?
Yes.
You didn't notice John buying drinks for a woman that night, did you?
No.
And with regard to your, sort of scanning the people that were there within that group, one of your duties as a bartender is to make sure that nobody's overserved, right?
Correct.
And so, while you don't watch every movement all the time, you do look for signs that somebody might be overserved.
Oh, I love this.
And with regard to the group that came in, the receipts for which you were shown today, nobody really seemed highly intoxicated to you, correct?
No.
I may just have a moment.
Yes.
Nobody's getting drunk on a $16 tab.
No redirect, Ron.
All right, Ms. Treyers, thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I approach council table to deliver this exhibit back?
Yes, I was actually just looking for it, so yes,
Oh,
please,
that's right
thank you.
here. Sorry.
That's okay. All right, thanks. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Kolokitis to the stand.
Okay.
Of course, it's a Greek name that I'm not going to be able to spell. But I will spell his first name correctly.
Tori.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name? for the judge? It's Nicholas Kolokithas, Kolokithas. And where do you live, sir? Canton, And how long have you lived in Canton? 21 years. And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton? My wife and 2 children. What is your wife's name? Karina, And your 2 children, how old are they? 18 and 16. Are they both girls? Yes. And do you work, sir? Yes, I do. What do you do? I'm an attorney. And how long have you been practicing as an 27 years. attorney? And does your wife work?
Yes, she does.
And what does she do?
She's a pharmacist.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you working in the office or remotely?
We were hybrid. I was working remote that day.
Now, as far as that evening was concerned, what, if anything, were the plans and sort of what did you do that evening?
Sure. My older daughter was on the Canton High basketball team. So we were planning to go, I was planning to go to the basketball game, and I did go to the basketball game, yes.
And where was the basketball game, do you recall?
Canton High School.
And your daughter at that point, which team did she play for?
She was coming off an injury, and she was playing for both the JV and the varsity team.
So she was sort of swinging between JV and varsity?
Correct.
And so what time were each of the games that evening?
God, I think the JV was around 5 or so, and the varsity 6:30, 6:45.
And do you recall who they were playing?
Foxborough High.
And when you arrived to the game, as far as where is it that you typically sit when you go to a basketball game in Canada?
There was a group of 5 parents or so, including us. We generally sat together most of the games.
And who, if anyone else, was among those parents that you sat with?
Specifically,
Yes.
names, the McCabe's, the Fitzgerald's, Galleries, and Tom Beatty.
And these are people you know as sort of parents of other children that are on the team?
Yes.
Interesting.
And as far as that particular, is that who you sat with on this occasion, if you recall?
I believe so.
And your wife, did she come to one or both games?
She came to the second game, the varsity game.
And about what time did that game get over?
The varsity game?
Yes.
It went into overtime. It was a back and forth game. Later than usual. I don't remember the exact time.
One?
We lost. Foxborough won.
Now,
Bummer.
following that, following the basketball game, where did you go from
As usual, we waited for our players to come out, our daughters to come out. And they're the same group of parents were deciding if we should continue, go out somewhere, get something to eat. I was hungry. Anybody who knows me doesn't get between me and my food, so I was very hungry, so wanted to get something to eat.
I heard that.
And where did you decide to go?
Went to the waterfall.
Is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the waterfall, as far as the other parents were concerned, what, if any, other parents from the ones that you described, as far as the ones you sit with at the game, who, if anyone else went?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And
Twat!
how was that communicated to you as far as in person, via text, or phone, or how did you come to the waterfall?
It was via text.
And so you get a text from who specifically directing you to sort of go to the waterfall?
So it was a group text amongst the 5 sets of families, and different ideas were bantered about in the group text, and I decided to go to Waterfall.
And when you get to the waterfall, being familiar with the establishment, where is it that you parked in reference to the waterfall?
I parked behind Washington Street. There's a small little parking lot. Waterfall shares a parking lot with other establishments, and I believe condos, so I parked in the back.
And about what time did you get there?
I got there right around 9-ish, a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And who, if anyone else from that group of parents, besides yourself,
dude.
went to the waterfall that night?
So I walked in, it was a large table, probably about 8 to 10 feet long. In addition to Jen and Matt McCabe, there was Jen's sister, Nicole Albert, her husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and his wife, Julie. And there were others that I was just introduced to for the first time. So I don't remember their name. I don't recall their names, but there were others at the table as well.
And so as far as the other sort of basketball parents, were any of them there as well, beyond the McCabe's?
Beyond the McCabe's, no.
And as far as the other people who weren't, didn't have the last name McCabe, how did you know any of those people? Or did you know any of those people?
At the waterfall?
Yes.
I had met Nicole, Brian, Chris, and Julie prior, I think other basketball games, other events. So I knew them through the McCabe's, through Jen.
I noticed that too.
And,
Like, everybody was drunk.
Dave's had a daughter on the basketball team as well.
They had one of their daughters on the team at the time, yes.
And when it came to the McCabe's, there's Mr. and Mrs. What are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how long have you known Jennifer and Matt?
About 9 or 10 years ago, we met.
And at some point during the course of the evening, did your wife join you at the waterfall as well?
She did.
Fair to say you took separate cars, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And about how long after you arrived did your wife Karina arrive?
I want to say it was about a half hour or so. So around 9:30 she arrived.
Now, with reference to this table that you were referencing, about 8 to 10 feet long, is that correct?
Correct.
And was this a high top, low top? What kind of table is
It was a high top table towards the bar end of Waterfall. I don't know if it was the last table or second to last table right before you hit the bar.
Have you ever worked for
that?
IKEA?
Describe the people that you knew or didn't know. Where were they sort of situated around the table?
When I first walked in, I saw Matt, since he was the person I was most familiar with, Matt and Jen. Matt was standing towards the right side of the table as you're walking in towards the right side. So I went to the right side of the table.
Is that essentially where you stayed for the balance of most of the night?
Yes.
And your wife, when she arrived, where did she go in reference to?
Initially, she came to me, said hello. I think she picked for my food. And then she gravitated, I believe, towards the left side of the table where more of the women were located.
Don't get between me and my food. My wife got between me and my food. She picked for my food.
You were aware of the bar?
Yes.
And about what time was it?
Shortly before 11 or right around 11.
And who was that?
It was John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And these are people that you were familiar with prior to that date?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you describe just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's seated at the table to my right, second person in from the right.
That's a record reflect identification.
Sir, can we talk about how you stabbed your wife with a fork when she picked at your
How did you
food?
know John O'Keefe?
John O'Keefe had adopted his niece and nephew. His niece is the same age as my younger daughter. And they were playing basketball together. They've been friends for years. So I got to know John through my daughter.
Now, as far as Miss Reed, when was it that you met her? When was it that you became sort of aware?
Sure. I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020. I dropped my daughter off at John's place on Meadows. Karen was there. It was the first time I met her. So it was 2020.
And don't get between me and my baklava.
With reference to yourself and your wife as a couple and Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, how often would you sort of see them?
As couples, not too often. I would see John on a weekly basis during the basketball season, sometimes multiple times a week during the basketball season. But as couples, maybe a couple of times we had seen them.
So fair to say most of your interaction with them would be at sort of sporting events or things for the kids.
Yes.
Now, as far as on that evening, obviously you went out, you had something to eat. Did you have anything to drink as well?
I did.
And do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
Captain and Coke.
And as far as John O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what he was drinking that night?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for Mr. O'Keefe?
From the occasions we happen to be out on events like that, yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking at the waterfall?
She was holding a cup, a glass with a clear liquid.
And what was your understanding of what was in the cup with the clear liquid?
I don't know what was in there, but I don't know if it was water or alcoholic drink, but I don't know for sure.
All I know is my wife picked at my gyro and I got pissed.
Now, as far as the sort of general demeanor and atmosphere within the bar that night, how would you describe that?
Generally, it was a fun atmosphere. There was a live band. Everybody was in a good mood. I think people were singing to some of the music. So it was a fun atmosphere.
And specifically, you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between anyone at the bar that night, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall what he was wearing when he was in the bar?
Yes, he had a dark baseball cap, jeans, sneakers, and he had some type of top, a longer sleeve top.
At any point in time, did you observe him to have a winter coat or a jacket or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition? Were there any tears or anything in his clothing?
No tears, nothing unusual about the clothing.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe himself, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time that you saw him at the bar?
I didn't observe any injuries.
Now, as far as prior to them coming into the waterfall, do you have any idea sort of where they were coming from?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know?
I knew through Matt McCabe. Matt had said that they were at Waterfall at CF McCarthy's, and they were heading over. We had the live band, and they were coming over to our place.
As far as the live band was concerned, about how loud was it in the waterfall during that time?
It was fairly loud.
Now, towards the end of the night, what, if any, discussion did you observe or were you a part of as far as sort of anywhere people were going afterward?
Again, we were at this larger, 8, almost 10-foot table, and most of the discussion was happening towards the other side of the table, but there were a couple of places that people were discussing about potentially going.
And what were those couple places people were discussing?
One was one was 2 D&Es, which was across the street next to CF McCarthy's, and the other one was 34 Fairview Road.
And as far as D&Es, are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What is it and where is it in relation to water?
It's basically a sub shop, pizza shop. It's diagonally across the street from Waterfall.
And what, if any, relationship did the D&E Pizza have to anyone that you observed in the group that night?
Chris Albert, who was with the group, is one of the owners, if not the owner, of D&E.
And as far as going to that place afterward, who, if anyone among the group, had sort of mentioned that or was talking about it?
I didn't hear specifically one person. It was just generally coming from the group. So.
Did you hear the defendant at any point talking about going there or wanting to?
I heard from others that she had mentioned about wanting to go there.
Now, you mentioned a couple of different places. What was the other?
34 Fairview Road.
And was it mentioned specifically as far as that address, or how was it referenced?
I believe it was mentioned. Brian Albert, the homeowner, had invited the group back to his house. I can't remember if it was come back to my house or come back to 34 Fairview, but that was his residence.
And so was that sort of an open invitation to the group at the table?
Yes.
And yourself and your wife, did either of you go to Fairview Road that night?
We did not.
And at some point, you left, you recall about what time that you left the waterfall?
It was shortly after 12 o'clock, maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little bit later, maybe a couple of minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in the lot and she was parked on Washington Street? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And when you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what was going on?
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground or barely a dusting on the ground.
And so at that point, could you still sort of see like blacktop on the pavement?
Yes.
Not like the
When you got
dusting
in
that
the
was
car,
at
what kind of
34
things did you have to
Fairview?
do to sort of get your car ready to go or clean off the car or anything like that?
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and it cleaned the snow off.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you and Mr. McCabe were sort of the last to leave from the group, do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what do you recall?
There was a larger group that left right before us. I believe my wife was part of that group. Jen was in that group, and Karen was in that group.
You mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table where some of the other women were at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So who was, as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing with?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
And that'd be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Matt and I weren't involved because we're the cucks.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd just like to publish just a brief portion of Exhibit 53 of this surveillance video. Gentlemen, if I could have Exhibit 53 on the screen, and specifically if I could have from Channel 3, the second video down. And if you could put that at approximately 10:59 p.m.
Matt and I stayed behind because it was cuckold. It wasn't cuckold night, so we weren't up.
When it gets to 10:59, if you could just pause. Thank you. So, Mr. Kolokithis, what's up on the screen as Exhibit 53? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's the inside of Waterfall Bar.
And before you on that desk, I believe there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
So if you could just grab that and sort of click the button on top when I ask you to.
Yes.
So with reference to this video, do you see yourself within this video?
Yes, I do.
If you could just draw the jury's attention to sort of where you are in this video.
Black and white shirt.
And from that specific area, sort of where you are, do you recognize anybody else in that sort of general area of the frame?
Yes, I do.
And if you could just draw the jury's attention to who you recognize and where they are.
I believe that's Matt McCabe right there to my right and John O'Keefe to my left, in front of me to my left.
Now, that area of the table where you indicated your wife was with another group of women further away from you, where would that be if you see?
The numbering is there, so I can't really see, but it was towards this side.
And further down the table, is that where people that you were less familiar with, is that where they were?
Correct. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Examination.
Thank you.
Yeah, drink up, buddy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kolokithis.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kolokithis, you and I have never actually met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Have not.
We've certainly never had an interview about this case.
Have not.
So this is our first time visiting about this situation.
Yes.
When did you say you first met Ms. Reed?
I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020.
Okay. And that was over an event at Pete's house?
I don't know if it was John's niece's birthday party or so, but I was dropping my daughter off at John's house.
Okay. That sort of dovetails into my next question. You and your wife and y'all's kids did have some sort of relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew.
Yes.
In other words, the kids got along well.
Yes, absolutely. And they still friends.
As the adults, you wanted to make sure that you could facilitate play dates, get-togethers, things of that nature for the children.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, do you remember a situation in which Ms. Reed had arranged a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, a scavenger hunt of some sorts?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this, please.
Dude, like, so what's the problem? They had a scavenger hunt. So what? Kids have scavenger hunts. I don't get the issue. This dude's killing me right now. Yeah, we were at the Waterfall Grill, and my wife, don't get between me and my food. And then my wife picked up my food. So, I stabbed her with a fork, and the McAlberts, they're good friends of mine, so they swept that murder under the table. So now I'm here, and now I'm testifying. So yeah. All I know is that I showed up to the Waterfall Grill, and then they decided they were going to go back, and I looked through the window and I saw Brian Albert, and he said this to me.
Yes. With regard to the last question I like it. You recall an event in which Ms. Reed had organized a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, correct?
Yes.
And one of your children was actually invited to that.
Yes.
Did you actually go and accompany your child at the 13th birthday party?
I did not.
Did your wife?
I don't know. She generally keeps a social calendar for the kids, but I don't know if she did.
So it could have been a situation, Mr. Kolakithis, in which you just dropped the child off and
Yes, correct.
enjoyed the birthday party.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. But you had no problems or no qualms with Miss Reed, Mr. O'Keefe being caretakers over your children?
Absolutely not.
You said that you didn't socialize as couples all that often, but there were times in which you did socialize with them.
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
A handful of times, maybe.
Okay.
Anytime there wasn't a key party.
If that.
Over the course of how long?
Since 2020 to 2022, 2 years, less than 2 years.
Focusing your attention more toward the end of that time period that you just mentioned, toward 2022, when you socialized with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any sort of tension between the two of them?
Not at all.
Did they seem like a normal, loving couple?
Absolutely.
They seemed like they were affectionate and normally affectionate with one another?
Absolutely.
Did you ever have any question about the nature of their relationship, any toxicity in their relationship, or any overt indicators that they weren't getting along?
Not to my knowledge, not at all.
Matter of fact, you.
Thank you, little Irish girl.
Yes.
Anybody else in the force, correct?
Yes. Well, other than my wife, I mean, force of.
That's a good catch. You're going to pay for that later. Fair enough.
I get brownie points for that, right?
Let me see if I can elucidate it a little bit better. Between Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Fair enough. You knew that Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed had rekindled a previous relationship from years earlier.
Yes, I did.
And you knew that Mr. O'Keefe was excited about that.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the late night hours of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, if I could. Specifically at the waterfall. Did you get to the waterfall before Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed got there?
Yes, I did.
How long before?
So I got there around 9 and they got there shortly before 11. So 2 hours.
While at the waterfall, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Reed or Mr. O'Keefe just in normal conversation?
Yes, I did.
You engaged both of them, as a matter of fact, didn't you?
Yes.
Was there a time in which Miss Reed was actually singing John's praises that night?
Yes, I did.
What a great dad he was.
Yep.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that. Next question.
That's your witness, dude.
Did you have an opportunity to hear
This is
Mr.
unreal.
O'Keefe talk about Ms. Reed and the nature of their relationship or any events surrounding their relationship?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I had heard that they were planning vacations in the future.
Were you aware of the time frame of those vacations in the future? Next week, next month, next year?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Your Honor, I don't know what's going on here. I called this witness up. I asked the questions that I was supposed to ask. And now the defense is using this witness against us to prove that John O'Keefe actually got along well with his girlfriend, Karen Reed, when the purpose of me bringing him up here was to prove the opposite. And they are throwing a monkey wrench in all of this. This is my witness, and now they're making it their witness, and I don't understand why you're allowing this, Judge Beverly Canoni. We had an agreement, did we not? Did we not have an agreement? You were going to move forward with this trial that should have been dismissed, and I should have been disqualified, but yet here we are, and now you're allowing the defense to actually use my own witness against me for about the upteenth time in a matter of a week and a half. And I don't understand why you continue to let this go on, this show. This is terrible.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. There was nothing eventful at the bar while you were at the bar with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed that comes to mind in terms of any kind of tension or fight that night?
Tension or fight? Absolutely not.
No argument that was audible to you?
Absolutely not.
You didn't see any body language between the two of them that would suggest an argument or a fight or tension?
In fact, I noticed the opposite.
Describe that.
They were affectionate toward each other, loving
Wow.
toward each other, and to the point where my wife even made a comment, why are you not like that with me?
Objection, Your Honor.
You had something to live up to.
Yes. That's why I needed the brownie points earlier.
Wow, dude.
I want to shift gears for a second and pinpoint another time.
Star witness there, Lolly.
Was there
Good
a time
job,
at the
buddy.
bar where you noticed any individuals with their fists up and engaged in some sort of conduct that looks a little like this?
No, I didn't observe that.
You don't recall that?
No,
Sparring with one another?
not that I saw.
Wrestling?
Not that I saw.
Okay.
This guy's a lawyer. You know he read the documents. You know he read Sleuthy Goosey's spreadsheet. He's like, he's trying so hard not to say freak Aaron Reed right now. Get her out of here.
Refer to Exhibit 53.
Okay.
There are several, Your Honor, so the court,
So if you're going to talk about it, talk at sidebar.
not.
Okay, so
This is the clip ending in 5959 because there's several clips in
Okay.
53. We can have that up. With the court's permission, I'd like to display this to the jury at runtime 8:30, 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
all right, so what exhibit is this?
This is 53, and it's clip ending in 5959. May I play this for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to play about 10 seconds, Mr. Kolakithis, and then stop it and ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Okay, if we could pause. I just wanted to play a couple of seconds to see if you recognize any of what's displayed in this video.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
How do I I was there that night.
My question, I guess my question is, do you recognize this as being a surveillance video from the 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals that are with the top. This will- you have that green one? One more time. There we go. Okay, if I could draw your attention to the individuals at the top. Can you name the folks that we're seeing and describe what they're wearing for the jurors so we have an understanding of who we're looking at?
Okay. That's me in the white and black. That's Matt to my right. A little hard of seeing, but I think that's John right there. And I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area while you were displaying the video.
And what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
I know I met them that evening, but I can't tell from behind like this.
Understood. With the court's permission, could we just go ahead and play this through? I'd like to run it through to about the runtime of 11:08, but I'll ask that the video be paused momentarily.
11:08, so just one more second.
Runtime, sorry. Runtime 11:08, so probably about 4 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes, 4 minutes. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Pause it. Having seen this run forward just a little bit, do you see an individual here with long hair?
So
It's
you're
hard for me to
squinting. Are you having difficulty?
Yes, I
seeing
am
this?
having difficulty. Could you blow it up a bit or
I don't think so. Our technology is good, but I'm getting a shake of the head.
my eyes are not good. I can tell you that.
Let's just go ahead and play it forward with the court's permission.
All right, but if you can't see it, I don't want you to guess.
So this, are you talking right here?
Yes.
That looks like Karen.
Okay. May we play it forward, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you can't see it.
Pause it. I ask you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen.
Oh, there's some play fighting going on here, it looks like.
It looks like they're in a stance that you described earlier with fists up.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, so I'm sustaining that objection. Ms. Cornell.
Dude, that is your evidence, bro. That's your video, dude. You... Oh my God, homie. Like, I'm just loving Lolly right now. Look at Karen right now, just sitting there, just like, okay. I mean, because they're looking a little feisty. These guys are looking a little hyper. A little bit of testosterone going on at the bar, right? A little bit of testosterone going on at the bar. Hey, put your hands up. Oh, you're a tough guy, huh? You're a fucking tough guy? Fucking tough guy? Come on. Come on. Show me what you got. Show me what you got, you fucking cocksucker. Let's go. Let's go. Don't be a fucking pussy. Let's go. Let's see how fucking tough you are. All kinds of that shit going on. Objection, Your Honor. I don't understand where they're going with this. I presented this evidence to prove that they went to a bar and that it might have been snowing outside and that the guy's wife picked at his food. That's all I wanted to go over. And now we're seeing that there are testosterone-filled men play fighting as though they are hyper and they want to fight. This was not my intention by presenting this evidence. This is not what the evidence was designed to prove to the jury, and I resent and object to the defense using it in this
If
manner.
you're having trouble seeing, just let me know. Do you see the person in the far right?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
Me.
And what do you what do you appear to be looking at, if anything?
I appear to be looking in that direction.
Okay, can we go ahead and play this forward? Pause. Mr. Kolakithis, do you recall engaging with the two men in any sort of conversation, the two men, their backs facing to us?
I mean, I can see it. I honestly do not recall it, but yeah.
Do you recall ever being introduced to those two gentlemen?
Yes.
Who are they?
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
And which one is which? Left and right?
Left is Albert, right is Higgins.
Oops. I bet you I could touch you before you touch me, Brian. No, I bet you we're both named Brian. So let's see who's tougher. Who's the tougher Brian? Gay! Davey, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Come on, fucking tough guy. Show me what you got, you fucking cocksucker. Come here. Come here. Oh, don't touch me like that. Don't touch me like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Don't touch me. Wow, you know, I always thought you were cute. Come on. Gosh, there's nothing gay about saying that you're cute. Come on. You're cute. You know, doesn't mean I want to fuck you. Just means that you're cute. Your name's Brian. My name's Brian. We're hanging out. Hanging out.
Draw your attention to the upper
I'm hanging out,
Do
bud.
you recognize any person facing the camera in the upper right corner?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
John O'Keefe.
About 30 more seconds, Your Honor.
Okay.
You know I love you, right? You know I love you. Yo. So we're going back to your house to party? We're going to go party?
Your Honor, we've paused at 11:08. If I could ask a couple of other questions, and I think we can leave the lights down because I'm going to ask another, with the court's permission, another clip be played. Mr. Kolakithis, you indicated that you don't recall the events that you're seeing. Is that still the case, or has your recollection been refreshed about what you were witnessing?
I honestly don't remember what appears to be play fighting. I don't remember that.
If we could move to
I bet you don't.
runtime 1636 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Your Honor, when we play 1636. Go ahead. And pausing. Do you see yourself in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the two people, the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, in the foreground?
Yes, I do.
There's audio, guys. Come here, come here, come here.
Do you see at this point, I know it's difficult, do you see John O'Keefe anywhere in the frame at this juncture?
I do not see him.
Okay.
Come here, come here, come here. No, you come here. Oh, yeah. You know that's how I like it. Come here. Come here.
Pause. And now
Dude, this is so Top Gun homoerotic. What's going
Yes,
on
I
in
do.
that bar right now?
John O'Keefe.
And what direction
We gonna play volleyball or what?
is he facing us? or
Play a
facing
volleyball?
us?
He's facing us. It looks like he's facing us.
So he would be facing the two individuals with their back to us?
Yes.
Okay. it appears to be standing across the table, across the bar table.
Yes.
I'm gonna play that for a second.
Dude, I fucking hate guys like this, dude. When dickheads like this come into a fucking bar that I used to work at, I'd be like, fuck. Damn it. Especially when they're cops. Come here, come here. You know how long I know this guy? You know how much I love this guy? This fucking guy right here, this fucking piece of shit. Love this guy. Fucking love this guy right here. Look at him. Look at him. Look how pretty he is. Look, hold on. Look. I'm almost touching his ass. Almost touching his ass. But no, I'm not going to touch his ass. No. Dude, what in the fuck is going on?
Who this individual is with the fur coat?
My wife.
Lining on the coat?
It's my wife.
Okay. And are you still in the same spot, upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I am.
And where's Mr. O'Keefe?
Across. He's now facing the other way.
Thank you.
Away from us.
We can take this down. With regard to what you just saw, the second incident of what appeared to be two individuals touching each other, did you engage in any sort of roughhousing?
Two individuals
or
touching
fighting
each
that
other.
night?
I did not.
Did you engage in any grappling or wrestling that night?
I did not.
Did you see John O'Keefe engage in any wrestling or grappling or play fighting?
I do not recall him doing that.
Or do you recall him doing any sparring?
I do not recall him doing that.
Do you recall him ever putting his fists up toward any other person in that bar that night?
I do not recall him doing that.
See, these guys wanted to fight. They were in a fighting mood. And that's why Higgins
All right.
That's why Higgins texted John O'Keefe to come over to the house. Let's teach this guy a lesson.
I'm going to get that in 16:30.
I'm trying to fuck his
Thank you, Your Honor.
girlfriend,
All right, Mr.
and
Lally,
he's a
any
big
follow-up?
pussy. So let's teach him a lesson.
Mr. Kolakithis.
As far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed and their relationship, you saw what they sort of depicted in public, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say, do you ever have any sort of substantial conversations with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed about their relationship?
A personal relationship? No, I did not.
Anything as far as your personal relationship with your wife, is that something that you would have shared or discussed with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I'm not sure. Are you asking me if I knew something about their relationship, I would share it with my wife or vice versa?
No, what I'm asking is,
I love this guy. He's a lawyer.
you didn't discuss really Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's relationship with them, correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm asking now is you didn't discuss your own relationship with your wife with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to what you were just shown up on the screen, that was so memorable that you testified you don't have a memory of it, correct?
The which part?
The whatever that was between two individuals played by.
I do not recall that.
And as far as yourself within that video, did you observe yourself appear to sort of be laughing while that was going on?
I did. I don't know if I was necessarily looking at them or the other side of the table, but yes, I did observe myself laughing.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
I mean, because it's funny. Like, you can't watch Top Gun without laughing, dude. Top Gun has the most homoerotic undertones and overtones out of any movie that I've ever seen in my life. And I like the movie Top Gun, don't get me wrong, but it absolutely does. I mean, from beginning to end. I mean, from the beginning when if you don't look and you're just listening to audio, bring it in, Cougar. Come on, nice and easy, Cougar. Just a walk in the park, Cougar. From that moment, I mean, and then it just goes on and on and on. Playing with the boys. You know what I mean? It just goes on and on and on. I want some butt. It just one overtone after the other. That right there was a scene from Top Gun. That was surveillance footage of Top Gunnies. It's all I saw right there was dudes just wanting to touch each other. and making excuses for it. It's really weird. I mean, it's not weird that dudes want to touch each other. Not at all. But it's weird when guys who try to act like they're the straightest men in the world touching each other and they can't resist and they think that we can't see. Dude, just, it's cool. It's okay. It's 2024, bro. It's all good. Y'all can totally touch each other without being weird about it. You don't have to be weird about it. You just grab the dude and kiss him. It's all good. Nobody's gonna judge you. It's all right.
Mr. Kolkithis, just one more question. You testified previously at another hearing that Karen Reed, quote, was actually singing John's praises about how good of a person he was, a father figure, for taking in the kids several years ago and, being there for them and praising them and sacrificing his life to raise them, end quote. You remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Is that true?
100%.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Kolakakis, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
I mean,
Mr.
Lolly.
Commonwealth to call Miss Karina Kolakithis to the stand.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would like to call the defense's next witness to the stand, please. What are you doing, guy?
Can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Karina Kolakithis, Kolokithas.
And where is it that you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We lived in Canton for about 13 years. 21 years.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my husband and my 2 daughters.
And what's your husband's name?
His name is Nicholas.
And how many daughters do you have?
I have 2,
And about how old are they?
18 and 16.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do work.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pharmacist.
And your husband works as well?
He does.
What is he?
He's an attorney.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and January 29th of 2022. Recall those days?
I do.
And do you recall what day of the week those were?
It was a Friday and a Saturday.
And specific to the Friday, did you work that day?
I did work that day.
And after you left work, where did you go?
I went to the Canton Junction.
And why did you go?
We got a text saying some parents from the varsity team were going to be meeting up there. So I thought it would be a good idea to go and stop by and grab something to eat before the game.
And when you say varsity team, which sport was that?
It's basketball.
Was that your older daughter or younger daughter that was on that team?
My older daughter played on that team.
And so at some point there was a game for the varsity girls basketball team?
That's correct.
And where was that game that night?
At Canton High.
And do you recall who they played?
They played Foxborough.
And do you recall when the game was?
You mean time?
Yes.
6:30.
And so you mentioned that you went to the Canton Junction for about an hour. So about what time did you get to the Canton Junction?
I believe I got there around 6. I'm not sure.
And following the Canton Junction, where did you go from?
Went to Canton High to watch my daughter play.
And within sort of the stands.
Was there a scandal where Tom Brady deflated the balls?
That you would typically sort of sit with when you watch the game?
We would just sit with whoever we knew. Usually it was the parents of the girls that played on the varsity team.
And who were some of those parents?
Some of them were the McCabe's, the Fitzgeralds, people like that.
And the McCabe's, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how long had you and your family known the McCabe's?
I think we've known them for about 9 years or so.
And did they have a daughter on the team as well?
They did.
And so you arrived to the game. As far as your husband was concerned, did you observe him there?
He was there already.
And where did you go to sit?
I went in I don't exactly remember where I went to sit in the vicinity of my husband and those parents.
And following that game, where did you go from there?
So after the game, we went, usually at the end of the game, you'd go down, talk to the players, congratulate them, and then I told everybody I was going home.
And did you in fact go home?
I did go home.
And after you arrived home, what, if anything, happened?
I started getting text messages from my husband, and he said that some of the parents were going to go to grab something to eat, and I should go.
And what, if any, hesitation did you have about that?
I was tired. I worked all day. Pretty much I was done. So I had already almost started changing out of my clothes, and I said I wasn't going to go.
And eventually, did you decide to go?
My kids told me to go. They did. They actually, they said to me, you never go out, you don't do anything. Dad's by himself, you should go and just keep him company while he eats dinner. So that's what I did.
So based on that, you decided.
We just got a
I
bag
did,
of weed, Mom.
reluctantly.
Get out of here.
Sorry, reluctantly I went, yes.
And where is it that you went?
So that's when I went to CF. I'm sorry, I went to the waterfall. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
And is the waterfall, is that somewhere you had been before?
I had been to the waterfall before.
And where is that located in the town of Canton?
It's on Washington Street in Canton.
And so obviously your husband was already there. You took separate cars. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And about what time is it that you got to the water?
I believe I got to the waterfall around 9:30 at night.
And where did you park your car in relation to the waterfall?
So I actually found parking right on Washington Street, and I was across the street from the waterfall.
And when you arrived and when you came in, who, if anyone, did you recognize sort of when you first came into the waterfall?
So I walked into the waterfall, and there pretty much I didn't know anybody except for Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and my husband.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of when you walk in the door, the people that you knew as far as your husband and the McCabe's, where were they in relation to you walk in the door, where are they?
So you walk in the door, there was a band in the front playing, and then there were high top tables, and they were at the back of the high top tables.
And if I was standing sort of at the doorway of the waterfall, the entrance way in, and facing those high top tables, which side were your husband and the McCabe's on from that perspective?
On the right. I believe the band was playing on the, if you walked in the door, the band was in like the top part of the, like on the left, and they were on the right.
And the band that was playing that night, fair to say, was fairly loud in there?
It was extremely loud in there, yes.
And as far as, obviously you're at a bar, people are drinking, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did you have to drink that night?
I drank water that night.
And why was that?
I typically don't drink a lot. I suffer from migraines, so one like alcoholic beverage sometimes can set me off for days. So I chose water.
Now, as far as that high top table that you went to with your husband and the McCabe's, were there other people at that table?
There were other people there.
And did you know or recognize any of those other people at the table?
So it was pretty much all of Jennifer McCabe's family. I did not know them, maybe had seen them around town and stuff like that, but I didn't know anybody other than my husband and Matt and Jen.
So fair to say that you sort of gravitated or stayed towards that end of the table?
That is correct. I talked to them for a bit, and then I think Jen started introducing me to some people, and I met some of her family.
Now, as far as sort of the overall sort of demeanor within the bar that night or within the group that you were at the high top table with, how would you describe it?
Everybody was happy, having a good time.
No arguments amongst anybody and any time that you saw throughout the entire time you were there.
The whole time I was there was no issues at all.
Now, at some point later on in the evening, who, if anyone else, that you recognized or knew came into the bar?
So I believe I was actually about to leave, and that's when Karen and John came in.
And just to be clear, when you say Karen, you mean Karen Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear who we're talking about, do you see Karen Reed in Portland today?
I do.
And could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
She's sitting right there.
That's a record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, how did you know him?
So John, his niece, and my younger daughter were friends.
We're friends, our friends?
They are friends.
And about how long had you known John O'Keefe?
John, we've probably known for 8 years or so.
And if you recall, when was it about that you had met the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I met Miss Reed at, I'm not sure exactly I think the first time I met her was at Jen McCabe's house.
And if you know about when was that in reference to this date of January 28th, 2020?
I believe I met her sometime in 2020.
Sometime in 2020 at Ms. McCabe's house.
That is correct.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship between either yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, or yourself and who did you know better, Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I knew Mr. O'Keefe better. We saw him all the time. My daughter would have play dates with his niece. My husband coached basketball that his niece played on his team. So he was a great guy. We saw him all the time.
And prior to this date of January 28th, had you ever been in any kind of social setting out with the defendant, Ms. Reed, before?
I had not been, no.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that they came in and you were about to?
I believe it was around 11 o'clock.
And at some point, did they, and by they I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, did they make their way over to where you were seated at the high top?
They did. So they walked in, and John did his rounds, said hi to everybody, came, gave me a hug. And they headed towards us. Yes.
And when they came over to you, what, if anything, happened?
John was really happy. He started talking about Kaylee and how she had just gotten into Bishop Fan. And he was just very excited. You could tell he was super excited about that.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about what he was wearing?
I believe he was wearing a baseball hat, jeans, sneakers, some kind of top.
And what, if anything, do you recall about sort of a jacket or anything like that with him at any time that you saw him that night?
I don't remember a jacket. I remember like some kind of light shirt or something, like a light hoodie-ish kind of. I don't remember a jacket.
As far as his clothing was concerned.
Thank you, Pro Farrier.
What, if anything, do you recall about the condition of it? Were there any sort of hairs or disheveled to?
He looked fine. Nothing about his clothing stood out to me.
Now, as far as what you observed as far as interactions between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe that night, anything out of the ordinary that you observed while you were at the bar?
The defendant. Say that again?
As far as their interactions between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, anything out of the ordinary that you observed between the two of them that evening at the bar?
I saw nothing. I did not see anything.
And extending that sort of to the entire group at the high top table that you were with, anything that you observed sort of out of the realm of the demeanor that you've already described at any point in time in the evening?
Everybody was having a great time.
Now, with regard to sort of where you were positioned at the high top table in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was he closer to your end, or where was he located?
I'm not sure. I don't know where he ended up going. I know that Karen stayed with me. And then I'm not sure where John went, but I know he was talking to the guys probably.
So Mr. O'Keefe was moving around a bit, talking to different people,
Yes,
and Ms. Reed was down towards where you were, is that correct?
that is correct.
And who, if anyone else, was sort of down your end of the table? Who were you talking to when Ms. Reed came up?
It was Jen McCabe,
So
the three of us.
when Ms. Reed comes and joins, is essentially Ms. Reed, the defendant, yourself, and Ms. McCabe.
That is correct.
And when Ms. Reed first comes up, what, if any, conversation did she have with either yourself or Ms. McCabe?
She started talking to Jen first, and then they had a conversation, and then we started talking.
I mean, the only thing that makes sense is that Lolly's trying to establish that Jen McCabe was friends with John,
I
and
did
she
not.
would
It
have
was
no
loud.
reason to
I don't know what they
lie
were talking about.
or have anything to do with the cover up.
Now, as far as, obviously you're at a bar and people are drinking, what, if anything, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe be drinking that night?
I believe he was drinking beer.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking?
She was drinking something out of a clear glass, perhaps.
So clear glass with a clear liquid in it?
Correct.
Now, as far as through any conversation that you had with either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe, did you have any understanding of sort of where they came from prior to coming into the waterfall?
So they had come from across the street.
And what is across the street?
From the bar, I think, so it was CF McCarthy's.
And so as far as the conversation that you, at some point in time during the course of the evening, you had a conversation with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
We talked for quite a while.
And during that time that you were talking for quite a while, as far as, was that strictly sort of the two of you, or was Ms. McCabe involved in those conversations as well?
Miss McCabe was involved with those conversations.
So just to.
It was the three of us.
The three of you were talking.
Hmm.
Okay. And with respect, to the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did she say about that?
So she started by saying how much she admired him, how much he did for the children, just how she looked up to him for that. She started with that. Well, she started talking about my kids first, and then she started talking about John.
So she spoke about your kids?
About my daughter, yeah.
A little bit of a glowing fashion, is that correct?
She did. She always had a way of like saying, I don't know, she seemed to love my younger daughter, and she said that she really liked my daughter's relationship with John's niece. So she first started with that conversation, and then she went on talking about John and his relationship.
And then after she talked a little bit about that, what, if anything else, did she talk about?
So she started talking about how much he sacrifices, how he's like unconditionally puts all his time and effort into the kids, how she admired him for that, and how she also wished that some of the family members would step up and help out a little bit more because he took all the burden on himself.
And what, if anything,
Yikes.
else did she say about that in relation to sort of their relationship?
Just that she wished they had a little bit more time to, go out, go on dates, go on vacation. But she did mention that they had planned a trip or something like that, that she was excited about.
Now, about what time would you say it was that you left from the waterfall?
I think everything started wrapping up around midnight.
And prior to that, what, if any, discussion did you hear or were you a part of as far as anybody talking about where to go next?
So I think everybody was having a really good time. So there was conversation first about where could people go, and there was talk about maybe going across the street to the pizza place.
And what pizza places across the street?
There's a pizza place called D&E Pizza, and the owner happens to be there that night. So I think someone brought it up, or there was some conversation amongst the group, like, "Hey, let's go there," and he said no.
And what if anything did you hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say in reference to going?
She just seemed like willing to go.
Was that something that she mentioned once or more than?
I believe she mentioned it more than once, but I don't remember like at this moment, but
Is your memory exhausted as to that?
say that, could you rephrase that?
Memory exhausted as to that particular point?
I believe it was more than once. Is that your question?
That's my question.
Yes.
Now, other than that, what if any other discussion was there as far as where people were wanting to go or intending to go after the war?
So after that was kind of, put to rest, then I think there was discussion about, well, Jen McCabe brought up, let's go to my sister's house.
And is that somewhere that you or your husband, to your knowledge, had ever been to before?
We had never been to her house before, no.
And was that something that was sort of a private invitation, or was that sort of open to the group at the table?
I think it was said out loud, like, "Hey, anybody wants to go, we can go to my sister's on Fairview." I wasn't specifically invited myself. I just think it was put out there.
And did either yourself or your husband take anyone up on the invitation? Did you go to Fairview after the waterfall?
We did not go. I actually said to him, "There's no way we're going anywhere. We're going home."
I see the Madeline Stowe, but she reminds me
My
of a
husband,
regular
yeah.
on SNL or an old one. I don't think she's on the
Around
cast
time of
anymore.
midnight or so, when you were leaving, who, if anyone, did you sort of walk out with initially?
So I believe, let me think. It was always Jen, myself, and Karen. So we brought up, and Karen went
No,
over to
it's
John,
not
something like
Molly
that.
or Anna Gostire.
They
No.
s- he put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, "You're coming with me." And she grabbed her, she put her arm around her, and she said in front of me, she's like, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me."
And just to be clear, sort of how she said that, was that
No, not Tina Fey.
forceful way or
No, joking around, "Hey, you come with me. We're gonna," and then Karen said, "Where are we going?" And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise." It was something like that.
What?
you sort of walk towards the door to the parking lot together?
Yes.
And where was your husband at this point?
He was behind. He was with Matt McCabe. They were helping the band clean up and get their stuff together. And it was the three of us in the front, meaning the women.
And at the initial time when you're walking out, you and Ms. McCabe and the defendant, where is Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not a little bit behind us. I'm not sure.
Not directly with your group, but
Not with us. No.
What is Lolly doing?
now at some point.
Did you
get
not prep this
outside
witness?
of the waterfall? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point when you're outside of the waterfall, do you see Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I did. All of a sudden, it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen." And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John. I just thought it, I was just like, "Oh," so it made me notice it.
And so you proceed to your car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, which direction was your car facing, like down towards the waterfall or away from the water?
It was away from the waterfall.
And who, if anyone else, did you observe walking in the direction of Washington Street at the same time as yourself?
That's when I saw Karen and John walking.
And they were walking in that direction as well?
Correct.
Did you see them approach or get near to some sort of vehicle?
It looked like they were walking towards a black SUV of some sort.
And have you seen either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe in relation to a dark or a black SUV prior to that date?
I believe I had, yes.
And whose car did you believe it was?
I thought it was Karen's car.
And which side of that vehicle did you observe Karen walking to?
She was walking to the driver's side, but again, I was more concerned about crossing Washington Street, and there was a little bit of snow at that point. So I didn't see, like I saw them walking in that direction, like her going to the driver's side and John going to the other side, but I didn't see anything after that.
And were they on the same side of the street as you or the opposite?
They were facing the opposite direction.
So you were facing away from the waterfall, they were facing towards the waterfall, is that right?
They were just like, we were in different directions. So I was like, it's hard to explain, but they were facing, like I was facing up and they were facing back.
And different sides of the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you got in your car when you left, is that correct?
That is correct.
And around that time that you left, I think you alluded to it, but when you got to your car, what was the weather like at that point?
It had just started snowing. You could see the street still.
So you could still sort of see the blacktop through whatever snow was on the ground.
That is correct.
With the court's permission, I'd just like to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 53, just a couple of portions of that on the screen for this witness.
Okay.
Yeah, these people know that Jen McCabe is dirty, bro.
And, Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'd ask first for the second video.
Her and her husband both know it.
And again, if I could ask for approximately 10:59.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like how. Okay, stop saying SNL women, please. Y'all are all getting it wrong, and I don't know her name, so it's a moot point.
That's the waterfall.
And is this a video that you've seen on a prior occasion?
No, this has nothing to do with them being swingers, man.
Ma'am, there should be a laser pointer. If there's any need for either myself or another attorney, all I would ask you to do is just sort of press that button on it and direct it at the screen.
Okay. Yep.
So from this video, first of all, as far as the people in the video, do you recognize anybody in the video?
It's really hard to see, but it's you want me to point?
If you recognize anyone, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention
So-
to that.
Oh my God, dude! No, it's
sorry.
not Sarah
That, I
Silverman. She
believe,
was
is
never
my
even on
husband.
SNL as a regular
With that.
that I remember.
Maybe I'm not sure.
So if you don't know, or if you can't tell, or you don't know the people,
I'm not sure.
okay.
It's hard to tell.
Now, this is Keith. It's just from up on this video. You recognize sort of the table that you were at or around on the evening of January
Yes,
28th.
the high top. Yeah.
And if you could just direct the jury's attention to, generally speaking, which side of the table that you spent your time talking to Ms. McCabe and the defense.
So, like, if we're pointing to here, I'd be on that side, like the left side of the table, if you want to call it the left side.
And the area where the band was, if you could.
The band is here, like, that's what I meant, the left, yeah, on the front.
And if you know the front door area, sort of where is that located?
So it's like right there.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run this video from 10:59 to 11 p.m.
Yeah, like I'm still not with the whole swingers theory. Everybody keeps calling these people swingers, and yeah, like they're not. Like this lady on the stand is definitely not a swinger, dude. Um, there's something really, really weird about what's going on here that night. Like when you look at everything, you look at Higgins' text to John O'Keefe. And then Jen trying to pull Karen away, saying, "It's a surprise. You're coming with me." I'm still not trying to. I'm still trying to understand if she was trying to separate her from John, or saying we're all going back to. Now, do I
Chairman,
think?
If you could take that down, with court's permission, I would ask for.
I mean, they might be swingers, but that doesn't mean like. I don't know. Y'all don't know that shit for sure.
And Ms. Gilman, if
But I
could
don't think
go
it's relevant.
to, 12:09 and 50 seconds. Again, Mrs. Kolokithis, you recognize what's up on the screen as just later on in the evening at the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And is this towards the end of the evening?
Yes, it is.
And fair to say that the lights have been turned up, so it's a little easier.
So
to
now
see
I
things?
can recognize a few more people.
And so from what you can see up on the screen now, if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to anybody that you recognize.
Oh, okay, so that's me right there. And then my husband is right there, Nicholas. And I don't know if that's Matt, Jen. And I can't tell because of the barcode up there.
With the date and time
But
stamp.
yeah, I can't see who that is.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this.
Oh, I see John too. Sorry.
Please go ahead.
And I see John. John's right there.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this point till 12:11 and 4 seconds.
Yeah, but what you're not understanding, Buzzy for Truth, is that I don't give a shit. I don't care who or what these people put in their fucking mouths, man. Like, it's totally irrelevant. It has nothing to do with motive or anything.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there. Now, as far as just for the record, we're at 12:10 and 38. You see sort of three individuals going towards the front entrance.
Yes.
So you just have to say.
Yes.
And with respect, if with that laser pointer, if you could just identify for the jury who, if anyone, you recognize from that group.
Okay, so that's Jennifer McCabe, that's me, and that's Karen.
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at the same time, right?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Wondering if Jen like had a bag of blow and was like, "Karen, you're coming with me. It's a surprise." That's usually how the first bump happens. That's usually how the first bump happens, dude. It's like, "Come with me." What? Where are we going? Where are we going? It's a surprise. It's a surprise.
You can pause that, Ms. Gilman. There's another individual sort of making their way to the doorway. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's John.
That's John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe, yes.
Exiting from the water.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the last 2 seconds. Okay. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, but from channel 1. And the third video down on channel 1.
John has a glass at the bar? Get out of town.
If I could ask you to
You're crazy.
fast forward to about 12:11. essentially what I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could play this from 12:11 and 0 to 12:11 and 25 seconds. But I'm sorry, first if I could ask you to just pause it for 1 second.
The
I know
fuck?
It's an awful time to pause it, but before the flag blew in front of the camera, recognize what's depicted up there.
Can you repeat the question,
What's
please?
in this video generally without what's blocking the camera right now? Do you recognize what?
It's the exit.
So that's the exit to the waterfall?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could. If you could pause right there. Individual sort of down towards the bottom of the frame, do you recognize who that is?
It's Karen and John.
So that would be the point in time where you say they sort of link up at the front door and then walk towards Washington Street?
That's correct.
And if you could, just with reference to the screen that we're looking up here in Exhibit 53, where is Washington Street? You had parked and where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed walking to.
So, okay. Trying to think of the buildings. That's the back parking lot where they're like where you see the cars and you have to take a left.
So directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed are standing is the back parking lot, and then to the left is Washington Street?
Yeah, I think you have to walk that way.
Okay.
And then you'll hit Washington Street.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play through 25 seconds. You could pause there. Do you see an individual in the parking lot area?
I do.
And do you recognize who that person is?
I believe it's Jennifer,
By that you mean, I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe?
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you go to the last piece. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please. May I have one moment, John?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello.
You and I have never met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Never.
We've certainly never interviewed
Nope.
together.
Never.
So this is our first time speaking.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to part of your testimony on direct examination when you're questioning by Mr. Lally. You indicated that before Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the bar, Ms. Reed had been making some statements about Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him,
Yes.
that she looked up to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
She always had a way of complimenting him.
Yes.
That he took so much responsibility on as it pertained to the children.
Yes.
And that she did wish that they had more time together.
Yes.
They planned a trip together.
Yes.
And she was excited about that.
Correct.
And she indicated that John was excited about that as well.
Yes.
Just before leaving the bar, you indicated that Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Reed, "You're coming with me," correct?
Yes.
She didn't say, "You and John come with me."
No. Correct.
That was directed just to Miss Reed.
Yes.
How is that a smoking gun that he walked out with a glass? So what?
Yes.
You know that the distance between the Waterfall Bar and 34 Fairview would be maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes drive.
Probably.
So just after these statements were made, they went to 34 Fairview. 5 minutes later, 7 minutes later, they'd be sitting in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I mean, who gives a shit? Like, you know why it doesn't matter that he walked out with a glass? It's because this dude hasn't said shit about it.
To your relationship with John O'Keefe, as far as what you were relaying was what the defendant had said to you at the bar that night, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you didn't have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to relationship or trips or anything like that?
Not that night, no.
And,
Totally.
As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe is, do you have any sort of discussions at any point in time about sort of his relationship with Miss Reed or anything?
It's because
going
it's
on in
his
that
witness.
He didn't tell me personal.
It's called redirect.
You didn't have that type of relationship, correct?
Correct.
And this time out on January 28th, that was the first time that you had been out socially with the defendant, Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what went on behind sort of closed doors at their home or anything like that, you didn't know anything about?
I did not know.
Nothing further.
I have one
No
question,
problem.
Your Honor, if I may. But what you did observe between the two of them that night, to use your words, they were lovey-dovey.
They were.
All right.
Oops.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Governor.
dude, I don't want to hear this shit about, oh my God, there's the smoking gun. He left with a glass. Like, dude, so what? We already entertained the possibility that he left with a glass. Nobody cares that he left with a glass. Like, it means absolutely nothing that he left with a glass. So what? Can you prove, if that's the smoking gun, can you prove that he didn't take the glass inside 34 Fairview with him? Can you prove that he didn't go inside 34 Fairview? No, you can't. So shut the fuck up. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, and here's the thing, is if this were a smoking gun, as you put it, then Lolly would have brought it up. Lolly would have brought up the glass. He hasn't brought it up.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you
I mean, look at them. They're smiling. You know why?
disregard it, let us know.
Because they won. This
Closing your
case
notebooks
is
and leaving
won.
them on the chairs. Gather your belongings. Follow me. All rise. Hurry up, please.
Goodbye.
I mean, people. If you see, now I think Tom's home now, so I don't think we're gonna get any outside footage of the courtroom. But
On it.
no, yeah, Tom's in his studio. So oh yeah, what am I talking about? I think they're just doing a stretch. I don't think court is over yet. It's a little too early. It's definitely not a half day. But why did Boston 10 end their stream? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe court is done. I mean, it seems like they're done for the day. Feels like they're done for the day. Yeah, they're done. Yeah, it's over. That's what I thought. Okay. Sorry, I got a little confused there. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Karen Reed and Alan Jackson smiling at the end of that. And why shouldn't they be smiling? Literally every witness so far that Lolly has called up as his own witnesses have become the defense's witnesses. They have become witnesses to benefit Karen Reed's defense. This has been a trend that has been nonstop since this trial has began. Now, if Tom was able to be out there as he always is, and nobody get mad at Tom, who knows why he couldn't be there for whatever reason, I'm just glad that he always is. I'm saying though, but if we saw that footage of Karen Reed and her defense team walking out of the courthouse and their pants looked bulgy like Ken Mello's that day, that is not a colostomy bag. That is not that they are happy to see everyone. That is the jury in their pockets. Okay, that's exactly what that is. If you happen to see bulges in the pants of the defense and Karen Reed, it is the jury in their pockets, because the the prosecution has absolutely handed the jury to the defense. I mean, this is the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen in my life as far as a case being presented by a prosecution. I've never seen a worse prosecution ever. There is no case. This is exactly what we all predicted. The only argument that any of these idiot haters have had this entire time, these Karen Reed is so guilty and a terrible person. The only thing that they've ever had on their side is, and to support their argument is, trial hasn't begun yet. We have no idea what kind of proof the prosecution really has. And I've always argued, yes, we do, because there has been motion after motion filed by the defense, and the defense, and they have to, especially when there is a case to dismiss the charges against Karen Reed, they have to be able in their opposition to prove that they do have a case. And they named nothing, which made us all go, why is Bev not dismissing this case? This makes no sense. They don't seem to have a case. And then it was just like, we entertained the possibility, okay, well, maybe the prosecution is saving their ace up their sleeve, and they're going to okay. There is someone outside. I don't know why you're yelling at me, Cherry. Okay, I guess. Oh, Erica Walsh is out there. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, Jerry, I'm going to time you out. Keep up your little conniption fit in my chat, young lady. I don't. They're sitting there. Every single smoking gun that they've tried to say was going to happen by this prosecution hasn't happened. They don't have a case. When is the big mic drop happening, Lolly? When is that going to happen?
I'll be fine.
In her other
Yeah,
show.
thank you. I appreciate
Broke
you.
it. She's out there running around for me. Looking
Sorry.
at
Oh, here comes fucking Balls. Are you happy, Balls McGee?
listen, we gotta be careful. We're being streamed at a dispensary, my dear. Right now we're being streamed on their screens inside the dispensary. Miss Erica.
The dispensary?
Inside.
Oh.
On the monitors, so we have to be careful of the language.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I know. Now
No,
you
I'm
you
not
know. But
surprised
isn't that
at
kind of
all.
cool?
Yeah, absolutely.
Erica, we're going like
I'm not surprised at all. I mean, this is exactly what we expected. We looked over all the evidence. We've had plenty of time to do this, and we've done it. We're just seeing it all happen.
Jackie, are you over here? Jackie, you over here?
Erica.
Mm.
Imagine having wires all over the place and power packs and
I know.
You know, I'm gonna see if I can make you solo.
It says chaos.
There we go.
Or Jack,
Okay,
isn't that
guys.
funny?
There we go. We'd rather see you than me. That's the best I can do, guys. No, we can't make it bigger. And if you turn it, see if you can turn it sideways, Erica.
Hmm?
See if you can turn your phone sideways. You see if it pops big. Boom. Oh my God, Erica, please. Oh, look at that. Perfect.
I know. Here are the good guys.
Nice.
Here are some of the good guys.
Tell me how nice his tie is.
Tom said he loves your tie. I wasn't in there. Great job.
Nice.
We love you guys.
Yeah. That lady has my pink heart on her lapel button.
Huh?
That lady's got the heart on her lapel button.
Oh, yep,
Yeah.
exactly. So wait, I can zoom. Does that zoom in? What the?
No.
Guys, I'm dropping the link in chat.
Sometimes you can zoom in. Sometimes
Click on that
I
link
got
and
you, I
give
got
Tom
you.
a like
I'm-
for me, will you guys?
I would have downloaded the app.
Subscribe to him if you're not subscribed already.
Listen, Erica, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, big shout out to Erica
Is
there.
your arm hurt yet?
Erica Walsh.
Here he comes. Handsome Dave.
Hey, can you do me a favor and check and see if the stairs work?
I don't want to get in trouble with Kevin.
Did the stairs work?
She's coming. She's coming.
There we go. Nice. Good shot, Erica.
So Twitter says Jen McCabe tomorrow.
Great day today. Good. Out of the park. Tom CPU live here, guys. Of course, absolutely. We love you guys.
Just be careful, Erica. There's poles there. Yeah, that pole. There's another one coming up.
Somebody's gonna get it broken.
Oh my God. Karen Reed just spoke to Erica Walsh. How much is she paying you, Erica? How much is she paying you? Oh my God. Karen Reed just acknowledged Erica Walsh. She must be on her payroll. Ah, no.
This cement thing's coming up on the right. Be careful of your feet.
Mm-hmm. Right. We love you guys. Have a good night. Of course, you got it.
I will get Janetti smiling.
I appreciate you. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you. We'll get it. We'll get it.
Look at Alan Jackson.
Such a sweet note from them, and I just wanted to tell them how much.
Wow.
Listen, she loves Tom. I'm sure she's watching or following, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Man, what a class act that guy is.
Thank you. We appreciate you even. Yes.
What a class act, man.
You got it.
All day.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh my God. We love you guys. We love you. We love you.
Great job, guys. They really are so sweet.
Right?
She got
It's just us guys.
Okay.
Did that just happen?
It did.
Okay, Grant, I've got your next headline. I've got your next headline. 5-year-old on the Karen Reed payroll. Oh my God. A 5-year-old has bribed Karen Reed with gifts. No. Oh my God. No.
Did that really just freaking happen?
Mm-hmm. Talk about being gracious and grateful and
You're kidding me.
actually caring, you know? I know. Let's go. The Dedham cops are watching us, so I gotta get off the grass and get to my car.
I'm like, wait, we don't want to get yelled at.
No, I know. Even the I don't want to butcher the last name. Is it Caracas or Craig or something like that? But they were even taken aback by Carol too. You know what I'm saying? Like in a good way, obviously.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
because Carol's out there just being nice. I mean, that's all.
Well, her basic
means
thing,
well,
what she said is,
100%.
I can't believe there are actually people telling the truth.
So funny, dude. Oh my god. I could just see Michael Morrissey putting out another press release. This has to stop. We now have 5-year-olds giving an accused murderer gifts. 5-year-olds. This needs to stop. Bro. Unreal. What a class act, man. Alan Jackson saying that it was just the sweetest thing in the world, that they got the gift and they wanted to say thank you. They absolutely appreciate the just the such a simple, kind gesture being acknowledged like that, as well as the just that shows you how much they appreciate those who are out there supporting them, exercising their First Amendment rights. They're out there taking time off of work. They're bringing their kids to give them the most important and the best possible civics lesson you could give a kid, which is just hands-on. I mean, Karen Reed, the evidence dictates that she is factually innocent, and this trial shouldn't even be happening, and it's a farce. And a kid growing up in this country should see this. They should see this. So yeah, this is this is incredibly important. This is clearly the most important trial that I've ever covered. And I've covered some trials that were meant a lot to me, but this trial is close to me for different reasons. But the main reason why I feel close to this trial, why it touches me here, is because of those people that are out there and those of you that are here, specifically you locals, and how this case is affecting you, and how nobody seems to be scared, no matter all of these different tactics that have been designed to scare you out of speaking your mind. You have not stopped doing that. And to see Karen Reed and her defense team not take this for granted and show how much they truly appreciate and how much they believe in what they're doing is reassuring. It's reassuring, to say the least. But yeah. Uh-oh.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a
Jen Del Rio, thank you so much. Super farce. Absolutely. It's absolutely a super farce. Man. This was a good day. I mean, it's bittersweet, because again, this trial shouldn't even be happening. And I realize that some people think, me bringing humor to a situation, make no mistake, folks. I haven't forgotten that a police officer lost his life, and I haven't forgotten that there are loved ones of this police officer that are going through hell, just literal living hell on earth right now. But the thing is I only know how to bring to the table one thing besides, some common sense insight. I find the humor in things that it sometimes it's hard to find the humor in. And this, I feel like this needs humor. If I didn't laugh at some of the stuff that's going on right here, I would be furious. I'm already furious enough. And you're going to see me rage from time to time, but there's no way that I'm going to have a dickhead like Adam Lally up there representing you people
without fucking clowning him, because the dude is a fucking clown. There's just no escaping that. The dude is a fucking clown, and I would not be honest. I would not be genuine with you guys if I did not point out why I think he's a fucking clown in the way that I only know how to point out that somebody's a fucking clown. And Adam Lally is absolutely a fucking clown. Judge Beverly Cannoni is like a manic clown. Like, she's fucking hot or cold, but one way or the other, she's a fucking clown. You know why I'm going to continue to call Judge Beverly Cannoni a fucking clown? Is because she approved this trial. She denied the motion to dismiss and disqualify when we are seeing every reason why she should have approved that motion. We are seeing every reason why the defense had grounds to dismiss, to have this case dismissed, and why they had grounds to request the disqualification of the Norfolk County DA's office from this case. This should never have gone this far. So what I'm supposed to sit here all fucking somber while this travesty takes place? Fuck no, it's a goddamn joke. It's a goddamn joke, and I'm not going to fucking stop pointing out that it's a fucking joke. And if I got to sit here and sit through this and watch it happen, I'm going to fucking laugh at it because it's a fucking joke. The fact that Judge Beverly Cannoni, like, watching her fucking career go down the tubes throughout this trial because she's already stepped in it too goddamn deep. It's funny to me. It's funny to me. That's the plus side of the fact that this has gone to trial, is now it's a fucking show. Now, all right, Karen Reed, even at this point, you can tell, you can see her reactions. At this point, she's even entertaining herself. She's listening to this shit and she's going, I mean, so it's crazy to me that people, that there are still idiots out there who think that Karen Reed is guilty. And I don't even think that they do. Like, Grant's little meltdown right there. Grant wasn't mad at Turtle Boy. Grant's mad at himself. Grant is mad at himself. He's mad at himself. He's mad at his mother. He's mad at himself for listening to his mother. And he has made a complete and utter ass of himself, because now we're seeing this happen. Now we're seeing in real time their argument going down the tubes. Wait till trial. Wait till trial. And they knew it. They knew it every time that one of these idiots would say out loud, Karen Reed just needs to take a plea. And the rest of us were like, why should she take a plea when she didn't do it? No, she needs to take a plea. She needs to take a plea. Why do you want her to take a plea so bad if you think she's guilty? If you think she's guilty, you know she's guilty, then why do you want her to take a plea so bad? Wouldn't you want to see the prosecution mop the floor with her and put her in a position to where a jury decides her fate and a judge throws her under the prison for God knows, for whatever the maximum penalty is for what she did, right? What, isn't that what you would want? Take a plea, take a plea. Well, no. You're not going to take a plea for a crime you didn't commit, A, and B, can easily be proven that you didn't commit. This isn't a case of the defense so far creating doubt solely. This is a case of the defense creating doubt as well as building towards the third party culprit defense. This is they are taking the prosecution's case and each witness's testimony that they call up through cross-examination, they take, it's a brick. It is a brick on the road towards their third-party culprit defense. They are building a path using the prosecution's witnesses, and it's beautiful, and it's just happening.
It's just happening right in front of us. So you better fucking believe, me knowing that Karen Reed is innocent, you better believe that I'm going to enjoy watching these amazing defense attorneys do what they do. I mean, you better believe that I'm going to enjoy it. So it's just that simple. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. Bright and early tomorrow, guys. As usual, I don't think that I could have summarized this any better, but if you guys are looking for, I mean, at least as far as my education allows me to, but if you guys are looking for legal insight always, I will refer to you guys to Melanie Little, Runkle of the Bailey, DUI guy. I will absolutely always direct you guys to their direction. You're going to want to hear, I mean, as far as anybody who has in-depth knowledge of this case, nobody has more of that than Turtle Boy himself. And I would direct you guys to watch Turtle Boy's live streams and coverage on this case as well. Brandy Churchwell, the 13th juror, who is amazing at interpreting what goes on in a trial. This is what she does. This is what her channel does. She's fantastic at it. And then of course, Lawyer, I noticed he's been doing, I haven't been watching him lately, but I'll have to check him out. I'm just naming people that I know have been doing great coverage of this. The Young Jerks, of course. Guys, I am going to wrap this up. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for everything. Please hit the like on your way out if you haven't already. Please make sure to subscribe if you're not subscribed already. And all you new subscribers, thank you so much. And all of you guys who have shown all of the support, man, you guys are way, way too generous. And I really do appreciate it. I am so grateful to you guys. And again, bright and early tomorrow, guys. I love you guys very much. Okay. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.